1-2. Good morning all, it's 29 minutes past 9. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are on silent, that they are quiet. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sillo. Good morning, Mr. Bodlani. Good morning, Advocate Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Bodlani, and of course, good morning, Advocate Johnson to you. Chair, before we commence, just to update you, your File 9, there have been additions to your File 9, CJC 396. So we'll get to it in the fullness of time. That would, and by way of further housekeeping issues, Advocate Johnson, yesterday
which file do we take?
No, you don't have to touch it for now.
No file. For now, which
for
one?
now, no file.
Okay.
I will indicate.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, we went through the list of documents that were outstanding, chief amongst which is the inquiry file following the Section 27 affidavit by Mr. Adams.
Correct.
And other outstanding documents.
Correct.
We haven't received anything since we last engaged. Are you able to indicate where we stand on those? And those documents are not only relevant for engagement with you, but for all witnesses within what we term the IDEX stream. So they would still be required.
Chair and Commissioners, Council, I understand. As of yesterday, I do not hold an official position. I am not the ID. Chair, out of respect for the Commission as well, I made sure that we shared the presidential minute with the evidence leader so that was very apparent and signed. So it had then become difficult to procure the documents in the manner I would have. What I did indicate, Council, is that when I am not there, the next person to be able to approach for documents would be Mr. Matthew Sissoko. He is the head of operations at IDEC, and in terms of the structure, falls immediately below the investigating director. And why I made that suggestion, Chair, is I do not want that there be a break in how the Commission does its work and how it is able to access documents. I therefore make that suggestion, Council, so that the work of the Commission is not held up.
Just to confirm, before you vacated office, did you make a formal instruction to Mr. Sissoko or whoever would be next in command to act upon the Commission's request? Or is that something that we will have to do all over again? I did call a team meeting on Friday in order to also get information that was requested, amongst others, the A1 statement of Adams. That is how I got it. I did make the request there. Advocate Ramsamy was not in that meeting, and the project manager undertook that he will find out from her if she has that file. Given that I had done that, I will just send Mr. Sissoko a reminder as soon as we have an adjournment to please follow up on that process. He was part of that meeting, Chair, on Friday, and so would therefore be acquainted. Just a quick one. Who is the project manager? You referenced the project manager. Can you attach a name?
He is Mr. Tlale.
Mr. Tlale.
T-L-A-L-E.
Thank you.
Chair, perhaps this will assist as well. We get instructions from a representative of the NPA, Mr. Mthunzi Maga. Now, in the wake of Ms. Johnson's departure from office, he has undertaken to follow up on these documents in keeping with the relevant protocols within IDEC and the NPA. We will report to the other side, perhaps after lunch, if we do not have anything immediately after tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodlani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bodlani, and thank you, Advocate Johnson. Advocate Johnson, yesterday when we parted, we had dealt with the 4 supplementary statements that were commissioned by Investigator Rapesu.
Correct.
And from your previous testimony, I'd understood that there was a referral affidavit and then followed by the supplementaries.
Correct.
So there are 4. And on my understanding then, if there are 4, if we go to file 9, okay, Chair, this is now we grab file 9. Starting at page 3487, that's CJC 394. So and this is my analysis, I would understand that based on the supplementary affidavits received, 4 quote-unquote independent investigations then were triggered.
Yes.
Would that be fair? And the first, starting with the supplementary at 3487, relates to the issue of the forklift. We discussed that yesterday.
Correct.
That's the one. The second would be at 3489, and this relates, as paragraph 3 indicates, to high-ranking officials, security clearances, and promotions.
Correct.
The third one is at 3491. This is concerning General Lushaba. And the last would be the use of Secret Service funds to purchase resources for the PKTT. So those are the 4 that I have managed to pick up. I think at the ad hoc, you indicated there were 6 independent investigations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What are the other 2, and what are they based on? If not on the supplementaries that we have at CJC 394.
So how I understand them was the Lushaba matter, which is in court, falls under Valeria docket. Then we have the Mokwele matter under the Brooklyn 542. Then there's the General Skumalo and General Madondo matter, Brooklyn 543.
Okay.
And then there's the Langlaagte matter, which we had yesterday.
Yes.
And that the other matters that would have been looked at would have fallen within the inquiry. So in terms of the matters they were looking at, it was the housebreaking, it was vetting, it was housebreaking, it was appointment, it was vetting, appointment again, it was forklift. I know that I am missing one. So just give me a moment, I am missing one.
Okay, you take your time.
I am missing it. And because I also asked for this breakdown, Chair and Commissioners, from the team on Friday, for me to have clarity, simply because I'm not, simply because I'm not involved directly in the investigations, how those investigations were. And sorry, the last one was the alleged manipulation of the procurement processes.
Is the manipulation of procurement processes not, didn't we agree that the Langlaagte one?
Yes, so what they've done in Langlaagte, from what I understood, they would perhaps be able to explain better, is Langlaagte looked at forklifts and procurement. That would be two. And then there's the other matters that I have given you. They didn't have, it's four files.
Yes.
Langlaagte has forklift and contracts. And the one matter that we did give as well, that wasn't Langlaagte, yes, that makes it 6, is the matter we disclosed on Sunday evening, Chair, where we indicated it is still under consideration, but it does deal with appointments and vetting, and that matter is still under investigation. That would then make those matters 6.
Okay. Please turn to file 2, page 512, a document that we've all become fairly familiar with. That is 512, file 2. That would be Mr. Adams' section 27 referral. Now, at paragraph 5, page 514, Mr. Adams states that he suspects that some funds became taken unlawfully from the secret fund and given to Police Minister Becky Cele. Then the next allegation is the former police minister was also involved in appointing General Khumalo as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence without an interview process and without Khumalo having worked as a senior manager in crime intelligence. So I read that to be two complaints. For my current purposes, I'm interested in the second, which really relates to how General Khumalo was appointed as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence by the former police minister. And I'll stop there. The second complaint is, as I've just summarized it. And that particular issue, we don't have a supplementary affidavit to provide any further detail. As paragraph 5 is currently worded, how does that bring the matter within the mandate of IDEC? The fact that the former police minister appointed General Khumalo as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence without an interview process and without General Khumalo having worked as a senior police manager in crime intelligence.
I know the commissioners will correct me. If yesterday, I think I did recollect touching on it and indicating that this would become one of those matters where, with regards vetting and appointment, the matter would have to, it doesn't fall within the mandate, and the matter would have to be dealt with as we discussed, commissioners, with the Mokwele matter, the standing order, and a recommendation of what must happen with that. And I said in a similar vein that that must happen then with the Langlaagte matter with regards to the forklift. I just have to say here, I don't have an official position, but what I must do responsibly in a handover is write these up before the end of this week. I'm not sure who would act in that position, but write these up, summarize my point of view as conveyed to the Commission with what I conveyed should happen, and have that matter then escalated to the acting and copied to the National Director, because that would be the only safeguard I have, commissioners, for them to then deal with the matters as we have now resolved.
Okay. But just for our purposes, what's set out in paragraph 5 does not relate to vetting. It's a slightly different issue. It's his appointment generally as the divisional head of crime intelligence. That is the complaint. And that is the one that you, as couched, you would say IDEC would not have mandate over.
Correct.
Staying with with file 9.
Staying with paragraph 5, good morning.
Good morning.
The first part of that paragraph 5, the suspicion of funds being unlawfully taken from the secret fund to former Minister Brigitte, it seems to me that out of this whole affidavit, this would be the one that obviously would fall within the mandate of IDEC to investigate.
Correct.
You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. Was anything done about it? Was any further statements taken? Was any investigation initiated on this allegation?
Commissioner Baloy, I am not sure how far the investigation team has gone or what they would have done in relation to this matter.
But you would know if an investigation was conducted. I mean, you know about the others.
Yes.
Something was done and they've been classified into 6 legs that you can speak to.
Correct.
It's fair to say you would know if there was an investigation into this as part of the briefings that you're getting arising from this section 27.
Correct, and I didn't receive a briefing on this.
And so until there is evidence that there was an investigation, it is fair to surmise that nothing came out of this.
I have nothing to gainsay your proposition.
Yes. Now, directing this to you, you've seen this affidavit,
Correct.
this section 27. You've told us it came to you. When you realize, I mean, you familiarized yourself with this and you were satisfied, as you have told us, that, that there was a case to be investigated further. When you see this, do you not ask, don't you say to them, what is happening about that allegation about Minister Cele? How come I'm not hearing anything about it?
Commissioner, I know that in the section 2813,
Yes.
that would have been one of the matters as they were broken up and authorized. I didn't ask questions about how far they were with each investigation. They presented each leg of investigation as they got to their completion. I didn't specifically ask about this, but I do know it forms part of the authorization of the investigation.
You see, it's the one allegation that I would have expected or thought it would catch your attention, because it is the most serious of the allegations, but more importantly, it is the one allegation that squarely falls within your mandate, and yet you went on, your investigators, but including you, because you were getting briefings, you signed off on a prosecution memorandum, you signed off on whatever was happening, the formal steps that needed to be taken, but the one allegation in this affidavit that falls squarely within your mandate, or would fall within your mandate if there is any merit to it, it's quite curious that it is the one that you don't get involved with, that you are unable to speak to, that you don't seem to have paid attention to. And that's quite a curiosity in the circumstances, considering that the rest of the affidavit has nothing to do with IDEC, right? The other allegations, they have absolutely, if you have fairly considered, have absolutely nothing to do with the mandate of IDEC, but the one that has is the one that nothing is done about. And again, it raises the question, what in fact was going on? Why this misdirection? And it cannot be oversight. You know, it can't be. There was a deliberate decision to focus on the others. Hopefully we will find out why. But this speaks to, it was too inconvenient, maybe, to look at, or it was really not the focus of the intention of this affidavit and the investigation that follows. On the extreme end, it speaks to selective investigations and prosecutions, if this was overlooked.
I hear what you are saying, Commissioner Baloy. If you grant me the opportunity during the tea, just because I know I get briefings,
Yes.
I'm not going to absolve myself and just agree that I may not have been briefed, I may not recall.
Yes.
But at no stage was there any instruction from my office that any part of any of these matters should not be dealt with.
Yes.
So I will come back after tea. I will be able to talk to at least one of the team members.
Okay, to find out
about
what
it.
happened with this.
Absolutely. Because for us to draw the conclusions as they currently are,
Yes.
I would be remiss if I do not have proper information, and I will come back
All right.
with that information if you'd grant me that opportunity.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think it's a fair request. We can do that when you come back. Maybe I might as well follow up with this question. When you say you were getting briefings from your team, who is that team? Who gets to give you briefings? Because at some point it may be important to find out from those members what briefings exactly did they give you that on the face of it appears to have kept you in the dark or to have been selective about what it is they tell you, and worse, that they may have misled you, right? So who is the team that we should look to if we want to know what briefings were they giving to you on these matters?
In the main, it would have been Advocate Ramsamy, because she, when I talk of the prosecutors, Advocate Manilal had been vested with other matters, for example, the Transnet matters chair. He was quite busy. But she was the prosecutor who directly engaged the investigators and myself. It would have been Mr. Perumal,
Okay.
Mr. Padiachi,
Okay.
Mr. Mlambo, Mr. Charles Eels,
Okay.
and Mr. Tlale would also, as the project manager, from time to time be in those briefings. And the combinations varied, Chair, in terms of the availability of the members and what they needed to brief on.
Yes.
But that was and Mr. Rapeso, till a point, yes.
Yes. And would there have been instances where you get briefings from, and accept that the variations of the teams at any one time when they brief you would be different? So I don't expect that all of them would have been together. But would there have been instances where you get briefings, say you have received briefings from Chief Perumal in the absence of the others?
That would have happened, yes.
You would have had those kind of instances. Yes. And in those briefings, did Chief Perumal inform you or brief you that he has taken statements from Mr. Adams and in the absence of the other members, the other two, Rapesu and Ramsame?
No.
You never came to know about that?
Never came to know about that, and that is why yesterday when I was faced with two different sets, I was faced with them for the first time.
Okay.
And I did indicate when the Perumal statements, for lack of, would have been taken versus chair when the Rapeso, I cannot tell you whose one is correct, because that is me, I cannot make that assumption, given they were all together. So, of course, the commission will make the relevant finding when everybody has testified, but I was faced with that yesterday for the first time.
Okay. I accept that for our conversation. The Perumal statements, and I guess the question applies also to the Rapesu statements. The Perumal statements, have you seen them before this commission, before you came to testify here? Did you see the statements that he took? And I'm not asking about whether you knew at this point that they may well be made up statements, but had you seen these statements before?
No, Commissioner.
You had never?
No.
Okay.
I was made aware that statements had been taken from Mr. Adams on the 6th of January in the presence of the three of them, Rapeso, Ramsamy, Perumal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Johnson. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Perhaps to close out on the discussion you just had with Commissioner Baloyi, I think this is file 3 now, and that's a transcript before the ad hoc committee. And in particular, I'm interested in page 589. Now, in relation to the paragraph 5 of Mr. Adams's affidavit, that first part, where Mr. Adams indicated that he suspected that some funds were being unlawfully taken from the secret fund and given to the police minister. Just bear with me. Let's start at page 587.
Perhaps for clarity, former minister.
Former minister, indeed, Chair.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Former minister. Let's start at 587, at the top of 587. This is a question from Mr. Ngola, and he asks, I quote, "Is it part of Adams' complaint that there was apparently a motor vehicle that was procured unlawfully through the PKTT funds, which is privately used by alleged former Minister Cele?" Your response is not about a vehicle for the previous minister, no. He asks, is it not a part of the complaints? You say not that aspect. Which aspect then is part of the complaint? Because the paragraph 5 simply says there's a suspicion that funds are being taken from the secret fund and given to the former minister, Becky Cele. So it would appear Mr. Ngola had an idea that funds may have been used to purchase a vehicle from former Minister Cele, and you clarify that is not part of the complaints. You said not that aspect.
Because
So that would suggest that there is a complaint regarding the unlawful use of the secret funds, but for a different purpose to benefit Minister Cele.
I understood that funds were allegedly taken to benefit, the former minister. When I say not that aspect, it is not clear from Adam's statement what the funds would have been used for.
Yes.
And that was my stipulation, because I couldn't determine from what we had that a vehicle had in fact been procured for the former minister, even if the allegation that secret funds were taken and used for him and or given to him, I couldn't say with certainty or any clarity that it was about a vehicle.
So I shouldn't understand your response to ad hoc to mean not the aspect of buying a vehicle for former Minister Cele, but for another aspect or other aspects which I don't disclose. Am I understanding you correctly?
That is correct.
Now, it is the other aspects that you did not disclose that I'm interested to hear about.
So, and that goes to the question that, or the request I made to Commissioner Baloy for me to be able to get clarity, because I go only on what he said about the secret funds, and I would just require that detail of what those aspects, if any, have been brought to date. But at that time, I didn't have details of aspects, Chair.
So, I hear your response. Considering your changed status with the institution IDEC, would you be able to access documents relating to these matters as a matter of interest?
I can make a request through Mr. Maga to Mr. Sissoko, and he is very helpful. If he's able to trace them, Chair, he will most certainly do.
So okay.
In fact, I did, off the record, speak to him yesterday to indicate that we might have to work through him, given that I do not have access to the documentation or documentation that might be required. So I'll do that through Mr. Maga.
Understood. Let's move then to page 589 of the same transcript. And it's on the same topic. This now is a question from Ms. T. Sokanyile. And the question is, Advocate Johnson, on paragraph 29 of your sworn statement, you indicate that the key challenge in relation to CI is the use of funds. What and where are the gaps in relation to this accountability? Can you reflect on that? Your response states, and I quote, "This would have arisen from previous investigations that were done and not in IDEC." Can you tell us? My understanding is the concerns around the abuse of secret funds doesn't arise from any investigations done by IDEC, but that there had been previous investigations. I don't know if those investigations established the abuse of the funds. So if you could just shed more light on that, because beyond that, you then talk about the checks and balances that are necessary in the Auditor General's office to properly regulate and audit the use of these funds and the like.
Correct. Chair, there weren't such investigations at the time in IDEC, but there had been investigations previously in other law enforcement agencies, but where, amongst others, the Directorate Special Operations, DSO, or colloquially the Scorpions. These matters arose way back in 2006, 2007, when Advocate Harry Nell and I prosecuted the corruption matter of the late Police Commissioner Jackie Selebi. It was in that process that we first came to understand that there was use and abuse of the Secret Service funds. Fast forward a few years later, there were investigations then launched against the previous divisional commissioner, one Mr. Richard Mdluli. And these matters, the Mdluli matter, is currently a part-heard matter in the Johannesburg High Court. It just took a long time. There were legal representation issues. And then one matter that had then since been finalized, also in the misappropriation and use of the slush funds, was charging the CFO of the of Crime Intelligence, Major General Solly Lazarus, who was found guilty, Chair, and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Advocate Nell and I had also been vested with that matter, but close to its completion, I had stepped down as I had been reassigned to another office. The Mdluli matter is within the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Pretoria, but there were IDAC investigators, prosecutors that assisted in prosecuting that matter as it currently stands. So that is where my direct knowledge came from. It is from prosecutions that we conducted.
Can I just clarify, even if it's just for information? It wasn't clear to me in your ad hoc committee transcript about your testimony about Lazarus, who is now serving prison term. At some point, I got the impression that he was CFO of the SAPS. Was he crime intelligence?
He was the CFO of crime intelligence,
Okay.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Okay. And the conviction is about his use of crime intelligence, because there was somewhere you spoke about a vehicle, a tender
There was
of vehicles, and then him getting a vehicle for himself and for his daughter, and I got the impression that's as far as it went.
It was
it more than that?
about the slush funds. It was fraud and corruption. And I didn't finish off with the matter, so I'm not sure what all he was finally convicted of, but he was convicted
But the charge was about use of the slush fund.
use of the slush funds. That's how it initially started.
Okay.
How the prosecution ended
All right. Thank you.
might be different, yes.
Thank you.
And these cases you reference, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. These cases you reference were all investigated, if I understand, in the first part of 2000s.
From 2006 onwards, yes.
Any of them, those investigations, fairly recent, let's say in the last 5-6 years, that you are aware?
Not that, I wouldn't be aware only because any of those matters then would have happened before the advent of the ID in 2019. And if there were such matters, Chair, they would have gone to the DPCI, the Directorate Priority Crimes Investigations, to deal with those matters, as it would also fall within their serious economic offenses and their serious corruption mandate. So one would have to check there. I would like to think that even if there were matters prior to the advent of the ID, they would have gone somewhere for them to have been considered. And that would have been the only place they could have gone to, as they had the previous DSO mandate.
No, thank you. You recall that
If at the time of this testimony, which has been quoted here, if IDEC were investigating Mr. Adams's allegation of funds being used for the benefit of former Minister Cele, that would have been an investigation that you would have spoken to.
Yes, ma'am.
You would have had to say, we are presently seized with one investigation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You recall that this morning we did a recap about, on what the supplementary affidavits informed IDEC, and the last supplementary affidavit, as commissioned by Investigator Rapesu, is the one at file 93493. We can put away file 3 for now, Chair. Thank you.
You said 3493.
3493, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. That should be CJC 394.4. And you recall yesterday when we touched on paragraph 3, wherein Mr. Adams indicates that amongst the information he had received in October 24 it was alleged that Secret Service funds were used to purchase resources for PKTT, and that this team was previously led by Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo, who has close ties with the former minister, and that it is alleged that the resources procured under the banner of the task team were for the benefit of Mr. B.H. Cele and others. Now, when we dealt with the supplementary affidavit, and I pointed out that complaints concerning the PKTT don't form part of the Section 27 affidavit, and we discussed the possibility of there being perhaps another Section 27 that specifically references the PKTT. You, if I understood you correctly, you advised that you were not aware of any investigation into the PKTT.
Correct.
Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
And you did not say, but the conclusion I drew is that for the first time yesterday at this commission, you found out that actually there had been an investigation of some kind into the affairs of the PKTT.
That there is an allegation in a
Yes.
supplementary.
There's that is more precise, you are quite correct. There's an allegation in the supplementary which supports a call for an investigation because
That is-
it's supplementing the very Section 27.
That is correct.
And you learned of that yesterday.
Yesterday.
I would like to turn our attention to, still staying with file 9, CJC 392.2, that should be at page 3362. No, that's at 3361, Chair. Same file 9 where we see the supplementary.
3361.
3361, yes. In fact, let's start at 3360. This is at 3360, it's a letter you wrote addressed to the National Commissioner. And it reads, this office refers to the information previously requested in terms of Section 28 of the NPA Act, to which your office complied. And then at paragraph 3, you indicate attached here to is a Section 28 subpoena requesting further information. And that subpoena starts at 3361. You see that?
I see that.
And that subpoena has got a date stamp of the 3rd of April, 2025. And if you look at 3362, it has, under the heading details of the matter or other information, and I quote, this investigation pertains to unlawful promotion, appointment of personnel within the Division Crime Intelligence of the South African Police Service. Where does that matter come from? Because paragraph 5 of Mr. Adams's affidavit complains specifically about the promotion, not even the promotion, the appointment of General Kumalo as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. How do we land where the subpoena now implies that there's a full-blown investigation into promotions, appointments of personnel within crime intelligence?
At this stage, Chair, we were not talking about a full-blown investigation. This being the 3rd of April, it would still have been the preliminary investigation. And it would then invariably have related to the issues around the appointment of Brigadier Mokwele and promotion, stroke upon. Yes, this subpoena would have related to that matter. And you can see that from the,
Okay.
yes.
All right, then let's go to 3363 while we are on that. I'm interested in item 1 of Annexure B at 3363.
Also deals with
And it's,
Kumalo, so promotion, appointment of personnel. So it would have been Mokwele, and then when you read on this one, as I see,
The fir-
that it would have dealt with there's no Mr., Lieutenant General Kumalo.
okay. And that is under item 1, specifically references the appointment by deviation of Lieutenant General Kumalo.
Correct.
Where do we know appointment was by deviation?
Sorry, Council?
How did you land at the conclusion that the appointment was by deviation? The complaint was that the appointment, original complaint, was that the appointment was effected without an interview process. Do you recall?
I cannot recall, but I would have been given this information by the investigators because they ordinarily brought these subpoenas.
Okay.
Just for information, is this
Sorry, Chair.
is this a concept that exists in the context of appointments? I know of the concept, for example, in the context of procurement, where instead of going through the usual routes, like inviting quotations and the final one being an open public tender system. But something that would ordinarily fall under the latter or this last category may be done through what is called a deviation. For example, if services are required urgently. So you talk about deviation. Do you ever talk about deviation in the context of employment? I'm not saying you don't.
No.
I just need you to
Yes.
edify me, yeah.
If I can explain it in the NPA context, as I understand it there, and it relates then to government as a whole, ordinarily, posts must be advertised with all the bells and whistles that go with it in terms of format, forum, how long it lays, all of that. When you find that you may not, after the entire process of applicants and the sifting thereof, you find that there aren't sufficient suitable candidates. It's one of two things. You re-advertise, which in itself is again a costly exercise, or you ask for a deviation of the process. And you're allowed to ask for a deviation of the process through your department and through Treasury, which allows for, and you'll forgive me, but for the loosely worded headhunting exercise, where you would then be able to identify somebody that is suitable for that position. It is in that context, Chair, that the word deviation is used within the recruitment framework.
So it is something, it's a concept that does exist.
It does exist.
Thank you.
Because
Thank
you need approval for it. It's
Thank
out
you.
of the ordinary.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And if I understand you correctly, then you equate the notion of deviation to headhunting.
Correct.
Okay.
At least in our space, we
Yes.
tend to, it's easier to use that word.
Now, is headhunting in specific circumstances, is it per se illegal, unlawful? Is it supported by law that the right authority may elect to headhunt?
It is supported by law, provided that there's certain prescripts that must be adhered to. So if those prescripts are not adhered to, then it makes it an unlawful
An
exercise.
irregular, yes. But then we know, having dealt with paragraph 5 of Mr. Adams's affidavit, that this is purely a question of how General Kumalo was appointed by the former Minister of Police, and I think we have agreed that that would not necessarily fall within the mandate of IDEC. You recall when we were looking at the suspicion that Mr. Adams has expressed at paragraph 5.
Yes.
The fact that you ask for the detail here and the documentation to support that deviation, quote unquote, does not in and of itself bring it within the ambit of IDEC. So you were acting outside your mandate there?
No, Chair. We needed to consider whether or not, in terms of the the allegations of, more especially the fraud and or corruption, if in the alleged deviation that had taken place.
Where does the
That
fraud
is how
and corruption come?
I understand it.
Also, my apologies. Now you are imputing corruption in the deviation and fraud. Where do those notions now come from? We start from paragraph 5 of the referral affidavit. We don't have a supplementary affidavit we have just established on the issue of the appointment of General Khumalo. How do we even land on fraud or corruption? We have just, I think, agreed that deviation, which is headhunting, properly executed and following applicable prescripts, is permissible. When did we get to fraud and corruption, and how?
Can we just, I know you say that, Council, that we didn't, we only had the 27. If you look at the date of, the summons is 3 April.
It's April.
By then, we ought to have had the supplementary affidavits from Mr. Adams.
Yeah, we have them. Remember,
Yes.
they are taken on the 6th of January.
Yes,
And we have clarified this morning what topics they specifically covered.
yes. If I could just cast my mind there, that was the color. It's confusing about which one I must now cast my mind to, because you've given me 2 sets and one of which I only saw yesterday, but I cast my mind to the first set I've seen. Yes. Fadil, I received. If you look at, sorry, Commissioners, 3, and sorry, Chair, I don't want you to play dice with the files, but it is in file 9. If we go to 3475,
Okay?
file 9.
Yes.
And this having been taken on the 6th of January, the subpoena being the 3rd of April, paragraph 2, on or about early October 24, I received information anonymously surrounding alleged fraud and corruption perpetrated by General Masemola, National Commissioner of the South African Police Services, and other senior generals of SAPS. The allegations related to the highly questionable appointment of General Khumalo as the head of crime intelligence nationally. The former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, was also involved in this, while several highly skilled generals within CI were overlooked. That is where they would have put into the subpoena, Chair, the fraud and corruption to which I referred.
Oh.
This is the document having been drafted then by investigators.
By
the investigators and prosecutors.
No, not investigators. We dealt with this yesterday.
Yes, the information from the investigators, this is a document that would be compiled by the prosecutors, and this is where that information of fraud and corruption would have come from. I conclude.
We settled this yesterday. What you are looking at is Mr. Perumal's affidavit.
Yes.
That's not the investigators' plural affidavit.
Yes.
And this is the questionable affidavit as to when Mr. Perumal took this took this statement and commissioned it?
And not only when, there's also the question of where, which is quite the Cape Town, Pretoria
indeed.
issue.
So this I would think, based on our conversation yesterday, as to what constitute the true supplementary affidavits or statements by Mr. Adams. This cannot be one of them, because you have Advocate Ramsamy and investigator Rapesu, who say they don't know where these documents come from. And there's a question, and a serious question, whether or not they were fabricated within IDEC, because the two of a three-man team of investigators that engaged Mr. Adams completely disavow these documents, including the very one you've just relied upon. To assist you, besides that affidavit you rely on, personally, I'm not aware of any other document.
No.
There might very well be, but I'm saying I'm not aware of it. If you have a sense of what you might be looking for, please indicate. We will try and see if we can locate it for you in the meantime, so that we can move on.
And I say if, because it's an exercise the Commission will still undertake about
Yes.
which is the true set. There is some alluding there too. If you look at the supplementary, if we are to say that the supplementary taken by Mr. Rapesu, although it is not as detailed, says on 3489,
Yes.
paragraph 3, Commissioners, Chair, amongst the information, it was alleged that certain high-ranking police officials' security clearances and promotions were awarded as a result of alleged corrupt practices. That is the only other reference I can find.
And in fact, that I think actually dovetails with what's in this, the original affidavit, which is about security clearances, but now it's got promotions being awarded as a result of alleged corrupt practices. That can be talking to the original paragraph 5. And even if we say they were, how that then lands you on Lieutenant General Khumalo is difficult for me to appreciate for the moment. But however you landed there this morning, you considered that would still not be a matter that falls within the mandate of IDEC.
That is correct,
An
no matter
employment
which way
issue.
we debate it.
Yes. And then if we go back to our section 28, still staying with file 9, we're at page 3363. Yes, ma'am.
Are you still coming back to this document, or are you done with it? 3363.
I'm 3363. That's where
You're
I'm
still
going
busy
now.
with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Staying then with 3363. If we say this, what we are dealing with at 3363, in my reading, is much like the Mukwele matter. Items 1 to 5. These seems like what the documents requested relate all to the employment and recruitment of General Khumalo. And you remember the exercise that Commissioner Khumalo took you through to establish that the employment of Brigadier Mukwele, absent any unlawfulness and fraud and corruption, is purely an employment matter and doesn't fall within the mandate of. And my proposition to you is similarly here.
Which is what I had
Yes.
alluded to previously, must then be dealt with differently.
Which then would mean the requested information from items 1 to 5 ought not to be part of the section 28.
Correct.
Now, my interest really lies in items 6 and 7.
before you do item 6 and 7,
Yes, ma'am.
item 2, you're seeking a list of all provincial heads and section heads, major generals in crime intelligence. You want their performance assessments for 2022, I think you meant 2023. You want all documentation related to 2 previous advertised processes, and you list what you want. You want, among others, panel appointments, long lists, short lists, interview records. You want audio and video recordings of interviews. 4, you want to know about records wherein Lieutenant General Jacobs' refusal to return to crime intelligence. You also want an affidavit indicating whether Lieutenant General Jacobs has any civil or labor proceedings pending regarding his temporary transfer as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. 2 questions. Where in the section 27 do these come from? That there are issues about performance assessment, that there are issues about provincial heads and section heads, that there are issues about Lieutenant General Jacobs. That's the first question. Where in your section 27 does this come from? That's the first question. The second question is, what does it have to do with your mandate? What happened with Lieutenant General Jacobs? What happened with interviews? What performance assessments of major generals in 2022, 2023? That's the second question. What does that have to do with the mandate? So you can answer the first question, which is where do this looking at the section 27 of Mr. Adams, the one that's before us, where does these questions come from?
Commissioner
Or where
Bul-
do these questions where do these questions come from?
Yes. Commissioner Baloy, for me, these questions would seek to determine whether or not there was a necessity for the deviation, whether or not there were suitable persons within crime intelligence based on their history and performance, and given that there should not have been a deviation. And the allegation then that there was corruption and fraud in how these processes were run. That is how I took it to read.
Well, Mr. Adams doesn't say anything about performance assessments. He says the appointment of General Kumalo, who did not qualify to be appointed, and other generals, and he doesn't say who. You sign off on a summons that requires information of provincial heads and section heads. You want the performance assessments. I don't see how that arises from Mr. Adams's affidavit. You can go and read paragraph 5 again. Even the supplementaries, I don't see where this comes from.
For me, Commissioner Baloy, this comes from what evidence would be required to prove the alleged deviation and or irregularity.
How would an
of
assessment,
that.
how would records of assessments say anything about a deviation, whether a deviation was warranted or not? You look at the memorandum that justified the request for a deviation and the approval, and that's what you assess. Performance assessments have nothing to do with it, unless I don't know how things work in government.
No, I don't dispute that you don't.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, it would have given a better picture of whether or not there were other suitable candidates within the ambit of crime intelligence, and that you would therefore not have had to deviate, but could have gone on the normal process of advertising for those positions.
Yeah,
and that would make the
Sorry. Even if you found that this deviation request, which was approved, was not warranted, why would that, without more, indicate to you that we have a case to investigate, maybe there's corruption? Surely it doesn't follow.
No.
It doesn't. You accept it doesn't follow. Then Jacobs, General Jacobs, how does he enter the picture? Nothing has been said about his refusal to anything at all, in fact. He's not mentioned at all. You single him out, and you know that he has refused to return to crime intelligence, even though Mr. Mr. Adams doesn't say that in his affidavit. He doesn't mention him at all, let alone that he has refused to return to crime intelligence. And the next paragraph in 5, where does that come from?
Lieutenant General Jacobs at the time was the head of crime intelligence.
Yes.
So what this sought to determine was what was the reason for him not going back, which necessitated the appointment of a different head.
Mr. Adams doesn't say anything about him. He
doesn't say anything.
I'm assuming you don't go on a frolic of your own. You don't decide, oh, I happen to know, which obviously your investigators knew something about it. You obviously knew something about it. You wouldn't have signed off if you didn't know anything about it. You didn't know about it from Mr. Adams' affidavit. It's very specific. You're not asking what happened to Lieutenant Jacobs, which I would still ask you, why did you think something happened to him? Here, you know it's very clear. You know that he has refused to return to crime intelligence. Where do you get that from? It's not in the section 27 affidavit. It's not in the supplementary affidavit, which at this point are the only documents that speak to appointments in crime intelligence. Where do you get it from that General Jacobs has refused to go to crime intelligence? Someone told you that, told your investigators, and they didn't tell you in any of the documents that are before us. So my question is, you are signing off on information that is not on record. Who told you or your investigators about General Jacobs that you decide it's a matter that we must look into? It is certainly not in the documents that have been presented to you. So it's fair for me to surmise that, well, on the properly obtained information, which is the affidavit and the statements, nothing of sorts was said. It can only leave one explanation that this is information obtained in other ways, which are not properly explained on documents. You accept that?
I accept that.
You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. Now, when you sign this summons that speaks to General Jacobs, when there is no basis whatsoever, that's one. Two, on a matter that on the face of it doesn't fall within your mandate, the issues about why he refused to return. I have to assume you have read these documents when you sign them. They are presented
Correct.
to you, you are briefed. I must assume you ask questions.
Yes.
Because you read them.
Correct.
Okay. What explanation? Because the Jacobs thing is very jarring. It doesn't arise from any of the documents in front of you. What questions did you ask about why he's there? If you didn't already know.
I did not already know, but if I can
Yes, you may.
recollect my engagement with the investigator who brought the document for signature is the explanation that I did provide Commissioner Baloy, that they wanted to determine why he was not going back, why he couldn't go back, and because that would then either legitimate the deviation, that you have someone in the post who has now been moved, refuses to come back, and then that deviation becomes legitimate. But if the person is not in the post, but is being precluded from coming to the post, it means that the deviation in itself is irregular.
So
That is the engagement I had and recollect.
So you were
for that
told,
purpose.
we are looking into the Jacobs matter because we have been informed that he's precluded returning into his post. Is that what you were told?
Yes, and that is why there have to be this deviation of an appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo.
And the investigator who presents this to you and tells you this is whom amongst your investigators? I'm sure they didn't come as a team. Someone presents this summons to you. Who does? And who tells you that?
See, on the face of the summons, it is Investigator Mlambo.
Do you say
But I can't-
Do you say that because
But
it
I
says
can't- no,
inquiries?
I'm saying on the face of it, it is Investigator Mlambo.
Yeah, what
But
I'm asking.
I cannot say that he was the only person, he came with the summons, and that he was the one who briefed me on all the details by himself.
So you
The
don't.
chances are that Mr. Perumal would have briefed me with Mr. Mlambo because of the detail that I see in here.
The reason you mention Mr. Mlambo is what I wanted to check. The reason you mention him specifically is because at the bottom at page 1, it has him as the person to whom inquiries must be directed.
Correct.
That's why you suspect him.
Yeah, I said, but he would have brought the summons, but I do not say that he would of necessity have been the one that gave me this detailed briefing. There's a lot of detail in here.
Yes.
And I would expect that that detail I got either from Mr. Perumal or from Mr. Padiachi, who were the leading investigators.
Okay, thank you.
In fairness to Mr. Mlambo did carry out a bit more of the administrative functions.
Yes.
And we cannot impute
Yes.
this to him.
So Chief Perumal and Colonel Padiachi, one of them or both of them would be
Would
the
have-
people that have compiled this list of what is required from the National Commissioner who's being summoned to an interview.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Sorry, please make me understand this. You say Mr. Mlambo was on the administrative side, which is why you say the likelihood is that you would have been briefed by Colonel Padiachi or Chief Perumal. Looking at the foot of this page, 3361, against inquiries where Mr. Mlambo's name appears, it says senior investigator.
Yes.
Make me understand why you say Mr. Mlambo was on the administrative side and therefore would not have been the one briefing you, even though this says he is a senior investigator.
On these documents, so what they would do is, when there were summonses, they gave it to a central point. That was his duty, but he had other investigative duties where he took statements, engaged with witnesses, and so on in the other legs of the investigation. On this
Yes.
summons exercise, I use the word administrative exercise, but he's a senior investigator with senior investigative duties that he does conduct, has conducted, and as part of the taskings of everything else in the team.
All right, thank you.
If I created the impression that he was an admin person with the rank of senior investigator, that is incorrect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just on the last issue about Lieutenant General Jacobs, you said he being precluded from returning to the position he was acting in. That's what you're investigating. Then I don't understand your point 4, because at point 4 you specifically reference his refusal to return. How does his refusal to return convert to him being precluded from returning? Item 4?
Yes. So what I did indicate, Council, is we needed to determine whether he was precluded from returning. Did he refuse to return? Because if there is documentation where he refuses to return, then that deviation has to go on. If there's documentation where he has been precluded, which is paragraph 5, if you have the civil or labor proceedings pending, that precludes him from going back to that position. And they could then also make the decision on whether or not the deviation must proceed.
So there must have been a theory that Lieutenant General Jacobs refused to return.
There must have been that
You were
theory.
aware of that theory.
That is what I'm
And
giving
now you are
feedback
testing
on.
the truthfulness of that theory.
Correct.
Okay. By using a section 28 of NPA as IDEC. Okay. I had invited us then to go to item 6. Item 6 on the same summons reads, original documentary files and applications for promotions of the commanders and members of political killing task team through deviation. You recall when we were considering the supplementary affidavit
Of the PKTT.
of the 6th of January, you indicated that you learned for the first time in this commission yesterday that there was a complaint regarding PKTT.
Yes.
And that there were investigations.
Yes.
But on the 3rd of April 2025, you signed off a summons inquiring into promotions of commanders and members of the PKTT through deviation. How does
Correct.
that come about? Firstly, it would suggest that you were aware that PKTT was under investigation or inquiry. You have to be aware for item 6 to make sense.
I've been made aware. In the briefing for the summons, I would have been made aware.
Yes, but so then when we deal with the supplementary affidavit of Mr. Adams of the 6th of January 2025, you said earlier that you learned for the first time in this commission that the PKTT was even under any investigation or inquiry.
Correct.
Please
in
reconcile
terms
the
of,
two for me.
sorry.
No, I'm saying, no, please reconcile the two for me, because I had understood that it was a discovery for you yesterday that PKTT was ever being looked into by IDEC in any form.
In
But
in the affidavit, yes. I had not seen that in the
No,
affidavit.
no, no.
I had not seen
Let
that
me
in
clarify.
the...
Let me
sorry.
clarify my question. We looked at the section 27 as has been provided to us. You and I agreed that it doesn't reference PKTT.
Correct.
We looked at the supplementary statement by Mr. Adams dated the 6th of January 2025 as commissioned by investigator Rapesu, the one specifically dealing with PKTT. And you informed the commissioners that you learned for the first time in this commission, and to be precise, yesterday, that the PKTT in any form was even a subject of inquiry by IDEC. That's what you said this morning, just barely an hour ago, that you learned for the first time
Correct.
yesterday. And I'm saying then how, please explain your insertion of item 6 in a section 28 summons dated April 2025, which summons wants all documents relating to promotions of commanders and members of the political task team, political killings task team. One of two things. You were fully aware that that IDEC was looking into PKTT, and I say looking into because I don't know if inquiring or investigating, but that PKTT was the subject of investigation/inquiry by IDEC. You authorized a summons requesting records of promotions within PKTT. On what basis and why?
So when I look, it is exactly as I said yesterday and earlier. It's the first time I see it in the affidavit. And I know that I also indicated earlier, Chair, that I needed to find out if they had in fact done investigations. When I look at the Section 28 subpoena, as I've indicated, Chair, given the detail of information that is in here, I would have been informed by one of the two investigators that they needed this.
Okay. We have established, at least through your testimony here today, that insofar as detail in items 1 to 5, which involves the appointment of Lieutenant General Kumalo, and all the other details regarding other major generals and their assessments and the position of Lieutenant General Jacobs, based on the engagement you had with Commissioner Baloyi, you said that information you obtained from maybe Mr. Mlambo and Mr. Perumal. Where did you obtain the issue? The PKTT issue is so divorced completely from what is required in terms of 1 to 5. It just slips in there. What does PKTT have to do with anything, and who informed you that it is necessary to obtain those records because PKTT is a subject of investigation? When we know neither the Section 27 that we have
Says so, yes.
and you had not seen the supplementary affidavit up until yesterday, July of 2026.
Correct. This again.
My apologies. Commissioner Baloyi engaged with you, suggesting that you must have asked questions. You have an engagement with whoever presents the subpoena for your signature and approval, and you confirmed that, yes, those interactions were had. So you must have discussed item 6, the digging into the PKTT. What were you informed about that? And did it cross your mind that on what basis, to inquire on what basis are we investigating PKTT? And any aspect of PKTT for that matter.
The questions from what I can recall, Chair and Commissioners, is it related again to the promotions, and that was all it related to.
This is PKTT. You specifically mention it there.
To promotions.
Why are you investigating promotions within PKTT?
I can honestly not recall asking them about the PKTT as the PKTT. I would have asked questions around the applications. Well, wouldn't have asked about the PKTT. The original documentation, file and applications for promotions of the commanders, for me, dealt with the issue of the promotions we were dealing with.
It says commanders and members, so it's not limited to commanders. It says commanders and members.
And if I may add, not of SAPS, but specifically of PKTT. So you can't divorce that entire inquiry from PKTT.
So what this means is that IDAC was looking at the entire membership of the PKTT, and the question is why? Yes. Why was IDAC investigating promotions and appointments in the PKTT? What was IDAC's interest in the PKTT?
And maybe while you consider your answer, let me read for you what you said in the ad hoc committee. You were discussing the PKTT and their involvement with that the National Commissioner said to you, I will arrange with the PKTT. He did not make clarification. You don't need to go there, but I'll read it for you. At 583, you say, and then the PKTT, like I indicated, it is a name that is known, but what they did, who they reported to, what the actual work was not within my knowledge and purview. So you say to the ad hoc committee, I know nothing about the PKTT. Keep that in mind when you explain, when you give your answer to Ms. Sillo's question and Commissioner Khumalo. It's page 583, right at the bottom. That's 53. And it continues over leaf.
And if I may perhaps broaden precisely that point, at 583, please read your entire response. Consider that, where you say you were in, Advocate Arendse asked you, when did it first come to your knowledge of the existing of this task team, I guess the existence of this task team? That was the question. And you say, I indicated that when Lieutenant General Mkwanazi on the 6th of July indicated that IDEC had arrested a member of PKTT, we did not know what he was talking about because we had arrested Lieutenant General Khumalo. And then, what Commissioner Baloyi read out for you, which is the remainder of your own response.
Is it 583?
Yes, what I think both Commissioner Baloyi and I read from. 583, I just started with Advocate Arendse's question.
Oh, at the bottom.
Yeah, the bottom
Sorry.
1/3 of 583. Chair, I see it's 10:56. Perhaps the questions posed to Advocate Johnson on this particular topic may require her to consider a few documents. Might not be more appropriate that she does so during the tea adjournment.
Let's take the tea adjournment and come back at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning again. It's 29 minutes past 11. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Johnson, before we broke for tea, or we actually broke for tea slightly earlier, to give you an opportunity to consider whatever documents are at your disposal to answer the question why it is, as at the 3rd of April 2025, as per the Section 28 summons we're looking at, CJC 392.2, you authorized that documentation be sought and obtained regarding promotions of the commanders and members of the political task team, political killings task team. And particularly Commissioner Baloyi referred you to specific points in the ad hoc transcript where you dealt with the issue, the matter of PKTT. I trust that you've been able to go through whatever documentation you considered necessary and are able to provide an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I didn't have any other documents, but I sought to refresh my memory by engaging with the people who would have provided this document to me and for what conversations we would have had around this. And just to clarify that when I spoke to the project manager and to Mr. Padiachi, they both have confirmed that we are not investigating a matter against the PKTT, exactly as I recalled it, having seen the statement yesterday. I wanted clarification as well so that it doesn't look like I'm running away from something. In terms of the Annexure B, Commissioners, I indicated that the information that I would have got from there, I would either have obtained from Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Perumal, or both. I called Mr. Padiachi, and Mr. Padiachi indicated that I didn't get that information from him, and I also read more particularly paragraph 6, and he indicated that this subpoena was prepared by Mr. Perumal. I did try to call Mr. Perumal, it is on my call log, but he's not answering his phone, simply because I'm unable to give the Commission a proper and meaningful answer without engaging him on why this was there. What feedback did he give me in order for me to have approved or to have signed it? Commissioner
Can I
Khumalo.
ask a more direct question?
Yes, sir.
Looking at these documents, speaking for myself, it looks like there was a hidden hand driving IDEX investigations into crime intelligence and PKTT. And the question is who and what is that hidden hand? Because this is not Mr. Adams's complaint. We've established that.
Correct.
So where do all these things come from? I mean, if you just look at that entire Annexure B, this is not Mr. Adams's complaint, not just item 6, but going into why Jacobs doesn't want to come back, going into performance assessments of all major generals from 2022-2023, not just Jacobs or Khumalo, if that was the issue, why Jacobs doesn't want to come back, of all generals, of all provincial heads, of all section heads. This is a much broader investigation into crime intelligence and, quite clearly, all members of PKTT. Who was driving this? Because it's clearly not Mr. Adams. This is not Mr. Adams's complaint. This is now something else altogether.
I hear you, Commissioner. And
Does it look that way to you too? Because I could be completely wrong. Let's be fair. I could be way off the mark. It's my observation, and it could be 100% wrong. You sitting there now looking at this, what does it look like to you?
So, I hear, Commissioner, and I'm not saying that your conclusion may not be wrong when you read it as you read it. I'm saying I am briefed on this matter by a chief investigator, and the investigators conduct the investigations. At the time I signed this, I have nothing within my knowledge to gainsay the authenticity or the truth of what is being put to me. However, in the manner that it comes forward, and given the fact that I've also indicated I have not seen an investigation, and we don't have one, into the political killings task team, the project manager who sits with all of the documentation confirms the same, as does Mr. Padiachi. The question that I am unable to answer for you is why this.
But you knew that there's a Section 27, and you would have seen it at the latest, according to you, in mid-December, earliest sometime in November. And that should be the genesis of all the investigations IDEC is conducting. Now, assuming that that is the starting point, now look at item 1 to item 8 of this annexure to the summons that you issued in your name, or that you signed on behalf of IDEC. What does it look like to you? Just looking at, bearing in mind that your starting point is your Section 27, which you have seen. Just look at this and draw an inference if you must, because you are not the investigator and you don't know who they are talking to and what that person is saying to them. But you know that they must be guided by the Section 27. And then they bring this to you. Now you look at it, what does it look like?
That they must be guided, Commissioner Khumalo, by the Section 27, the A1, additional A1, which we now see yesterday is different in most regards.
Looking at this Annexure B, if you had to draw an inference, what would that inference be?
That the investigator had other information.
Or other motives, or they were conducting other investigations that had nothing to do with Mr. Adams's complaint.
Or the A1 or the supplementary, yes.
And it begs the question, who was driving this? And what was the motive? Commissioner Baloy's question on Thursday, what was IDEC's motive? Was there political interference? Was there infiltration? Because those are the answers this commission must ask. It's great that we are looking at facts, but facts point to individual cases where things went wrong. What is the big picture? Is it political interference? Is it infiltration of IDEC by unknown people? Is it a hidden hand that we don't see in any of these documents? Those are the questions we must ask ourselves.
And the best person to answer would be the person who drew up this document and indicate the basis on which he lay for these documents.
No, I don't think that's right. No, that's not right. The best person to answer is the person that authorizes the summons. I think your investigators may well be entitled to put to you whatever they have gathered. You are the final decision maker. You are the one that asks the questions. You are the one that approves. And so you would have satisfied yourself that there is a valid basis for that inquiry into PKTT promotions of commanders and members. You would have satisfied yourself. Otherwise, if you were not satisfied with his explanations, you would have said, as a responsible leader who's exercising their power within the law and for the purpose for which it is given, you would have said, no, I'm not approving that. We are not doing 6. Take it out and bring me back as someone that speaks to why we are doing this investigation. You would have done that. So No, it's not available to you to say the person who prepared answers. You are the one that must answer. Why did you approve? Maybe he was taking a chance with you. You know, maybe he was, Perumal, maybe he was acting on the instruction of a hidden hand, as Commissioner Kumalo suggests. There are many maybes why he would have done that, but you are the last person to speak on this. You are the last person. You are the one that approves. And you must have satisfied yourself that this is a legitimate line of inquiry. Well, I'm putting to you the position. Do you hear? And do you accept? You must accept that.
I accept the position.
Yes.
And that is why I had wanted clarification, because I couldn't independently, Chair, recollect
Yes.
the basis for the explanation. Where I have to agree with Commissioner Kumalo, not that I don't agree with you, Commissioner Baloy, is the questions that he asks. I'm unfortunately unable to answer because I'm not aware of a political motive. But I cannot shy away from there might have been a hidden hand in how this played itself out and what was given to me and how it was given to me. There has to be some other explanation for why this takes place.
Can we agree, and I know you hadn't seen these supplementary affidavits, so that I'm not displacing that. But the one supplementary affidavit that you hadn't seen until yesterday that speaks to the PKTT, you find it at 3493, you've gone through that at paragraph 3. Can we agree that even that paragraph 3 could not be a basis for the request at paragraph 7 of your summons, because it says nothing about commanders and members of PKTT. It in fact says funds were used from the Secret Service Fund to purchase resources for the PKTT. That's an accusation or allegation that is not and can never be the basis for the inquiry at page 7, or the documents that you're asking for rather at paragraph 7 of your summons. Can we agree that?
That we agree.
You agree that? Okay.
Advocate, at the time you signed this document, which was in April last year, surely you already knew that the Minister Mkhunu, had written a letter in terms of which he purported to disband the PKTT. Or maybe let me say he purported to disband or disbanded the PKTT. I'm using both because at this stage we as commissioners have not decided whether the power to disband vests in him or in the National Commissioner. We are yet to decide that. So I will use both because we are yet to decide that legal question. But is it not so that at the time you signed this document, you were already aware that the PKTT had been disbanded or purportedly disbanded?
If it was in the media at that time, I would have been aware. But I haven't had engagements in that regard. I think the full import and detail thereof came in after the 6th July briefing, and that magnified what was going on. If it was in the media space, yes, I would have most certainly known that that is what was being discussed.
Perhaps what we will do then is to check if it was not in the media, because that's something that's relatively easy to do. Now, if you were already aware, you would probably also be aware that that disbandment or purported disbandment was controversial.
Correct.
And that being the case, surely then, mention of the PKTT in the manner in which it is mentioned, a generalized investigation of all PKTT members should have raised curiosity in your mind. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. And that would have been a basis for you to look more closely as to why the PKTT was included.
In the summons.
In the years.
Correct.
Yes. Which, if that be so, I have to ask this in this manner because you have said if it was out there in the media. So if that were the case, that should reinforce the point made by Commissioner Baloyi, which is basically that you should be able to answer why you still signed this despite the fact that it was making reference to the PKTT, when at no stage there was a reference before. And I say there was no reference because what is at 3493 does not relate to what is in the summons, insofar as PKTT is concerned. Would you accept that suggestion?
accept it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. From your responses then,
Sorry, Mr.
Yes.
May we request you and Mr. Bodlani, together with those assisting you, to please engage in the exercise of finding out whether the issue of the disbandment of the PKTT was not out there before Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's public statement on the 6th of July last year.
I think from my recollection, it was out there by beginning of the year,
Should have
after
been.
the 2nd of January
Should have
2025, the letter disbanding.
Yes.
Can I assist the two of you? Even if it was not in January, remember in March there was a parliamentary engagement where General Mkwanazi, among others, addressed the ad hoc, I think it's the police committee, not the full parliament. And arising out of that, there was media coverage of that. So at least in March, it was a topical issue.
I fully agree with Commissioner Kumalo. It would have, the newspapers and press would have been replete with comments regarding PKTT by the 6th of July. So I doubt anyone in the country who could say that they only learned of it on the 6th.
Thank you very much. May I just get something concrete, which I want to again engage Advocate Johnson about? Because once faced with that, you would have to answer, Advocate, why in the face of that controversy, you did not focus your mind on this, because you appear not to have done so. So with the concrete information in my hand, I want to revisit this question with Advocate Johnson.
We shall do so, Chair. If I understand, then the instruction is that we do sort of a press scan and to see what was publicly available and out there.
Please.
On the matter. We shall do so.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
We shall oblige, Chair.
Thank you.
Advocate Johnson, based on the responses you have provided, in particular,
Just a minute, and I hope and pray Advocate Johnson will not say, that appears in this, in items from this media house. No, I don't read that. No, I don't watch those TV channels, and so I just hope and pray that won't be your escape route.
No, and
Thank
please
you.
don't put me at war with any of the media houses. I read media.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Chair.
thank you.
thank you, Chair. I go back to the response I think you gave to Commissioner Baloyi, wherein you attempted to shift the responsibility of the contents of the Section 28 to the investigators. And my challenge is, Colonel Padiache indicated that he conducted a full-blown investigation into the Mokwele appointment in circumstances where he had not even seen the Section 27 referral. You, on the other hand, had seen the Section 27 referral. You made a decision on it, and you determined that a Section 2813 preparatory investigation be initiated. So between the two of you, you being the ID and the investigator, clearly you have more knowledge as to what the original referral was about. And it's your responsibility, I dare say, to ensure that should either malice, improper conduct, or simple human error find reflection in the Section 28 summons, that the institution has to depend on you to determine that those errors and issues of malice are dealt with and taken out of the summons. For the simple reason that if not for your signature, certain things won't be done. If not for your signature, there will not be a basis to demand from the National Commissioner, as the summons do, that all appointments of PKTT members be conducted. So I have a difficulty in your answer, the effect of which would suggest you are the least powerful person in the institution, when in the converse, you are the most powerful person. Alternatively, it suggests that you don't bother to read what your investigators tell you and ask of you. Having put forward the very two propositions, I personally reject them. And my proposition is you knew exactly what was happening when that item 6 was included and for what purpose. You were not blindsided by that, you knew. And I support Commissioner Baloi's question. What were you trying to achieve by the inclusion of item 6, investigating the PKTT?
Chair, as I indicated, I was not aware of an investigation into the PKTT. I've made sure I've checked with those who are the custodians of the documents that if I missed something, the project manager would at the very least have been able to refresh my mind and indicate, ID, we actually do have an investigation and this is what it is. And it is not to absolve me of anything. It was to find out then, how did this come about? What was put to me in order for me to have authorized it? Hence my phone call to Mr. Peramal. I seek not to absolve myself, chairs and council. I wanted clarity because I independently cannot recollect what the questions and the conversation would have been around that specific point.
Advocate Stella,
yes.
Please help me. The documents 3373.
3373.
All the way to 3383. Did you get them from IDEC? How did they land in this file? Because these are performance assessments of PKTT, not employment issues, just general performance. Some of these documents we would have seen before investigation and prosecution of politically related cases from 2018 to 2022. The information notes relating to PKTT. If IDEC was not investigating PKTT, where do these documents come from?
The pages that Commissioner Khumalo has just referred me to are part of CJC 392.2. For the record, the documents marked CJC 392, the entire 392, with all its sub-exhibits, was obtained from IDEC, pursuant to either a subpoena or a written request from us. What we, as the commission, added to that file 9 is CJC 394.
So, Advocate Johnson, it cannot be correct then to say IDEC was not investigating PKTT, because if you take it from 3373 all the way to 3383, those are all PKTT documents. And IDEC can only obtain these documents if IDEC is conducting an investigation into the PKTT. That must follow.
Yes, and that must follow then from that item 6, I would assume, that was on the subpoena.
So whoever told you that IDEC was not investigating the PKTT cannot be correct, because the performance report, this is not even employment-related issues. The information here is how many cases PKTT is dealing with, how many are under investigation, how many are in court, how many are withdrawn, how many are finalized, how many suspects are in custody, how many are convicted, how many are on bail. I'm on 3377. So all that information relates to the activities of the PKTT as a unit.
That is correct, Commissioner Kumalo, and then it conflicts in any event with what is asked in point 6 of the summons.
Advocate Johnson, you could not possibly have signed the summons that we are discussing without having gone through it line by line, sentence by sentence. Am I correct?
Correct, Chair.
Now, if that be the case, especially regard being held to the fact that you say IDEC was not investigating the PKTT, on what basis, having read paragraph 6 of this, of Annexure B, on what basis would we have authorized paragraph 6 of this document? And the answer, let me upfront say, cannot lie in whatever briefing you may have been given. It cannot lie there. So on what basis would we have authorized paragraph 6 of the summons?
Again, Chair, and not to be obstinate, I really rely on I rely on a briefing. What I'm saying is, I would have asked questions about this. I need to engage Perima. What did we talk about this? And for this to land here, for me to have attested my signature. I was able to explain the other things, including about Jacobs. I'm unable to give Chair a reasonable explanation.
You are stating what IDEC was not investigating in the past tense. So I understand that to mean that even at the time you signed the summons, that was your understanding. PKTT is not being investigated, correct?
Chair.
It is exactly for that reason that I say to you, the answer for authorizing paragraph 6 cannot lie in a briefing that you might have been given. It cannot. That briefing would have been irrelevant to what was being investigated, correct? Now, if it were irrelevant, paragraph 6 would also have been irrelevant in terms of what you required for purposes of your investigation. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Now it must follow automatically then that you ought not to have authorized paragraph 6 of the summons, correct?
I agree with the chair.
Yeah. So are you able to explain then? Because again, I repeat, the briefing is totally irrelevant. On what basis then did you authorize paragraph 6 of the summons?
I don't have an explanation for you, Chair. Not from just my reading of it. And exactly what I say is, and I really don't want to frustrate you and be going in circles. That's not my...
Sorry. I will let you answer and say everything you want to say. I just want to say, I assure you I'm not going to be frustrated. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's just, for me, sometimes it is the context that triggers why I did something. I'm reading it as I read it.
Yes.
And as irritating as it may be, I do need the context of what was discussed between Mr. Perumal and I. In the absence thereof, I have no explanation for you, Chair, given that I have indicated that we had no investigation against the PKTT.
Yeah, based on the discussion that you and I have just had, do you think that context could ever change the picture? Because you say you've agreed with me that whatever briefing you might have been given would have been irrelevant to what was being investigated for the simple reason that you were not investigating the PKTT. So I do not understand how context, as you put it, could have been relevant to the question as to why you authorized paragraph 6. If the briefing could not be relevant, how could this context be relevant? Or let me ask it this way, maybe we will go quicker that way.
Sorry.
Just like the briefing would have been irrelevant, something you've agreed to, I suggest to you that the context as well would have been irrelevant. Do you agree? Surely you must.
I agree. I can't take this point any further. I'm not going to get to a reasonable explanation for this.
Yes. So that, in a sense, ties in with Kumalo's, I'm very sorry, with Commissioner Kumalo's point that isn't what is behind all of this some inarticulate premise that we have not been told about? Isn't that the real explanation? Sandy, do you want to please respond?
I didn't even see him accept your apology, Chair. No, I took the point. I took the point.
Thank you.
Are you, before you leave this annexure, I wanted to deal with the Public Service Commission report of August 2023. If you're going to deal with it, I'm going to.
Now, I'm just going to make comments regarding the PKTT, but we are still in that annexure. By the annexure, we're talking Section 28 summons.
They are all part of.
And the responses there too.
They are part of CJC 3922.
Yes, which would have been the documents received pursuant to that summons.
Yes.
Yes.
So then let me leave it and then.
No, I'm still on PKTT for now. As soon as when I'm done, then perhaps, Commissioner, you may.
But if you're going to deal with it,
No,
there's no need for
I
me
wasn't.
to deal
My
with it.
my time pressure. My issue is, and having listened to your interaction with the commissioners, this is where we land. You, the person who authorized this Section 28, have absolutely no recollection why it is you authorized investigations into the PKTT and how its members are appointed and the like. You suggest that it's Mr. Perumal who would have told you. Once again, I ask you, when should Mr. Perumal be sitting where you are and be confronted with the same question, and he says, I have absolutely no recollection? What do you suggest the commissioners make of all this? Both of you, the only people who were in that conversation that can explain away paragraph 6, say you both don't have a recollection. And if that is the case, you're discussing it amongst yourselves become irrelevant because neither can remind the other. Where do we land?
Or worse still, Advocate Johnson, he doesn't say he has no recollection, but he says, I never said anything about this. Please.
Indeed, thank you, Chair. That's the question. Please guide the Commission as to what it must make of the investigation into the PKTT and how it came about, and the basis thereof.
So commissioners only work on the basis of what I get from the rest of the team, which is he compiled this. So for him to then indicate he has no idea, I do not see how he's going to be able to indicate he has no idea. But if we both don't have an idea, I think then Commissioner's going to have to make a referral for some kind of treatment at a facility, because all of us can't be sitting here. And
For both of you, or just him?
No, so on a lighter note, I have to take it from where it comes, Commissioner. His fellow investigator says he's compiled this. And so he'd have to give an explanation. Whether or not it is one that is accepted is a different story, Commissioners and Council, but there is no way that he won't have an explanation for this.
Please make me understand, why does he bear the full responsibility to remember what your conversation was about? The conversation was between the two of you, but you don't bear that responsibility. It is enough for you to say, I don't remember. Why does he assume the full responsibility for that conversation?
Not because I don't bear the responsibility, it's because I have many conversations on many matters. And so the investigators invariably would engage. Either they would have kept notes, and or because it is their matter, it is easier for them to engage me. We engage as we do, and then I'm able to, in their presence, having had that engagement, sign the Section 28. So I'm not running away from having a responsibility. It's the number of things they present versus what I have to deal with.
Let me take it a step forward. And if he were to come here, we are now in the arena of conjecture, accept. If he were to come here and say, now I do recall that the ID and I had a full engagement on it, and I explained why it is necessary to obtain those documents from PKTT. If that were to be the answer, what do you want the commissioners to make of that? Do you suggest that the commissioners should reject it? And I suggest that, in turn, that you cannot, because you don't remember what the conversation was about. Or, so what do you... You are head of a very powerful institution, and I personally can learn a lot from you. So maybe you may just cast some pearls of wisdom the direction of the commissioners if you are so inclined. Thank you.
It would become important why this was put in, and where did he get this information from? Because I also don't run away from the point that the chair made. Were they having engagements with other people? How did it come about that this became a pertinent thing? And then talks to the question or the summation by Commissioner Khumalo, is there, so did you say, Commissioner Khumalo, underhand or third hand? I don't know.
A hidden hand.
Sorry, I got both hands wrong. That there is a hidden hand, because that is an engagement this commission would be fully entitled to have and might arrive
and
at an answer.
By extension, you are suggesting that should it be concluded that there is a hidden hand, you have neither any knowledge of that hand nor are you a part thereof. Is that what you are suggesting?
Correct.
But that potentially your investigator, starting with Mr. Perumal, could potentially be involved in that or have knowledge of that underhand?
And have knowledge of things that we didn't have knowledge of.
It sounds like you are you throwing your investigators under the bus, or am I misreading you?
You're absolutely misreading.
Please help me.
Because we have to work on who was responsible. I've asked a whole lot of them. If the last person there is Perumal, it means Perumal must account. If the issue was it was Mr. Padiachi, I would have indicated Mr. Padiachi has to account, together with myself. And so it's about, Council, we've agreed that if there's items on which I myself do not have direct knowledge, we should make sure that those who have the direct knowledge are at least mentioned to the Commission. I'm saying it is in that light that we'd have to ask Mr. Perumal.
Can I just follow up on that answer? But in fact, it was going to be a follow-up on your answer to the chairperson earlier. But now that you've said it, you must have direct knowledge because you were briefed before you approved this summons. So you're the right person to look to give an explanation on your summons. We're not at the point where we are asking Mr. Perumal what informed him including it in the summons. That's not the discussion we are having. The discussion we are having is why did you approve it in the summons? So you must have had knowledge of what this is about. You said to the chair at the end of your discussion, you said, yeah, Chair, I don't have a reasonable explanation for this as matters stand. I think, speaking for myself, I'm interested in the explanation, reasonable or unreasonable. There is an explanation for this. You must have an explanation for this. So the topic doesn't end at, well, I don't have a reasonable explanation, I see I messed up. You must have an explanation what was going on when you approved this. And it is that explanation that you are not giving us, and it's, in my view, it's not satisfactory an answer. It's not a satisfactory answer for you to say that I must still speak to Perumal, and because he could cook up anything. At this point, I'm not interested in what Mr. Perumal tells you because of what you signed off. I'm interested in why did you sign it off. So that's the first point. And so you haven't yet given us an answer, but I think you do have an explanation, you just have not given it to us. A second point, and I say this, if you want to comment, you can, but I just want to list my concerns. A second point is, having signed off on the summons, which has paragraph 6 in it, your answer, whether to the ad hoc committee or to us, that you were not aware of an investigation into the PKTT in the face of this summons is not correct. It could not have been correct unless you said to us, I signed without reading the summons. And that's not what you have said, right? You have told us, I read it and I got a briefing on it. So just from reading, even without a briefing, from reading this which is put before you, you would have known that there is an investigation of the PKTT, even if it is limited to promotions. And even if we said it is limited to promotions, you would have known on the day that you signed this that there is an investigation. And where you represent that, or where you answered that I'm not aware of the PKTT and of an investigation against them, that answer was not correct, as your summons tells us. In fact, I think if I speak frankly, that answer was false when you gave it, and the falsity is evidenced by paragraph 6 of your summons. Do you want to comment? I do have a last direct question that I would like to ask you, but do you have any comment on these two that I'm putting to you?
Commissioner Baloy, I honestly said I was unaware of a PKTT investigation. I understand it's not reconciling with this and why I signed it. I, however, have to take responsibility for having signed this.
Let me ask you, lastly, my direct question. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to correct you. There's a nuance between you were not aware of a PKTT investigation and there was no PKTT investigation. IDEC was not investigating the PKTT. Just now, you said you were not aware of an investigation. Big difference.
Okay.
Do you agree with me?
I agree. What I wanted to convey when I came back was I checked with the project manager, there is no PKTT investigation. I checked with Mr. Padiachi, there's no PKTT investigation.
But you said...
And I am also not
Yes.
aware of a PKTT investigation.
Yes. Crucially, you said, when I engaged you, you said, as at the time you signed, there was no
PKTT investigation.
That's a very important distinction.
All right. Thank you. Now my direct question to you. Outside of a briefing by Chief Perumal to do with this summons, out of that, have you held a discussion with anyone from IDEC, civil society, whether it's Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm giving you examples, Mr. O'Sullivan, Ms. Dihas, anyone in civil society, anyone in crime intelligence, anyone in your IDEC unit, have you had any discussion at all about the PKTT and allegations against the PKTT that may have or not to be investigated? Have you had any conversation at all with anybody?
No, Chair.
You haven't. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
On that score, perhaps I don't immediately have it now, and I'm interested in the response you just gave, Commissioner Baloy. Are you aware of an interview on TV, I don't remember which channel, of Mr. O'Sullivan claiming that on these matters, including the hiring of Brigadier Mkwele, that he had discussions with inter alia IDEC? Are you aware of that interview or that claim by Mr. O'Sullivan? And whether or not you are aware of it, perhaps I'll take it further. Did you have any discussions, you being IDEC, of course, with Mr. O'Sullivan regarding these matters, the investigations that IDEC is conducting, and how it came to conduct them? And if you had any such conversations, can you provide the context?
No, I haven't had conversations.
But is it I personally or IDEC?
I personally. I cannot dispute he might have engaged IDEC staff.
Let me ask, are you aware whether he has engaged? Let's ask more positively. Are you aware whether Mr. O'Sullivan has had any engagement of any sort with your IDEC people, not you, because you say you haven't, with your IDEC people?
I am aware, Commissioner Baloy, that he would have had, from time to time, engagements with investigators.
Relating to these matters?
I don't know if it relates to this matter on PKTT or which matter.
The crime intelligence matters that arise, that we are dealing with, that we've been dealing with for the many days that you've been there.
Yes, so I'm not aware what he engaged them on, but if he said he met with them, then I have nothing to gainsay it. And so what he would have discussed with them. But I think I did say to the evidence leader that if he had a discussion, the likelihood would have been with Mr. Rapeso.
Why Rapeso?
Because he had been in IPIT for a long time, and I know that Mr. O'Sullivan and IPIT had a relationship of sorts over the years. So the most familiar person he would have been would have been Mr. Rapeso in terms of this matter. I know he knows other people in IDEC, so we'd have to just check with Mr. Rapeso that whether they had a conversation.
Okay, even accepting that for a moment, who is Mr. O'Sullivan within the law enforcement environment? Why would IDEC be discussing its ongoing investigations with him? And on what basis would that happen? And you suggesting possibly Mr. Rapesu and others, would you consider it appropriate for any one of them to be having this engagement with Mr. O'Sullivan?
It's not an if they had an engagement, it wouldn't have been about the investigations. It would have been if Mr. O'Sullivan spoke to IDEC investigators purporting to give them information. That would have been the only basis on which he would have had to engage. As can anybody from outside bring information, but not that they've brought the information and you then discuss if there is a relevant investigation pertaining to that matter, that you discuss it with him. You don't discuss it with him or any other outsider. The rule is not different.
So then is it safe to assume that if he had done so, I don't know what discussions you suggest he had with IDEC, then if he's giving information, that information would find itself into a relevant docket?
It should.
And should we land at a place where there is no documentary proof in any docket that there was such an engagement, then how do we explain away those engagements?
If he's had engagements, they would have. If they had engagements with him, it would depend on the value of what came out of them. A lot of the time, it might just be mind over matter and not substance that then didn't have to be dealt with. But if there was substance to it, and if it was in any way able to amplify or corroborate something in the investigation, it would move into the investigation. The investigators would make that assessment, Chair.
So where he claims, if he were to claim that there were meetings with IDEC, that wouldn't be entirely correct. Because once you call it a meeting, you're sort of formalizing the engagement. Would you still accept the possibility of him having meetings, whether at his offices with IDEC or at IDEC's offices? What would your comment to that be? I'm just interested to trying to establish the relationship IDEC has with Mr. O'Sullivan based on an interview he once had and engagements I take it the institution he represents or is a part of with IDEC. So I thought you might shed some light on that relationship, however formal or informal.
If he met with the investigators, it would have had to have been for information sharing. I can't see what else. Not being part of them, I'm thumb-sucking, which is wrong.
But you haven't had such engagements with him on behalf of IDEC?
As the head of IDEC, no.
You say as a head of IDEC, in what capacity have you as a matter of interest?
We've had engagements with him in the past on other matters when we were in the DSO. The Celebi matter comes to mind, and there were other matters that would have been referred. I'm not sure about the matter against Major General Solly Lazarus, but we have had engagements previously with Mr. O'Sullivan, including that he did serve the ID with a document, and that was as far as the IDEC engagement went.
You sometimes refer to yourself as the ID. Which ID are you talking about now? Not you.
When he served the ID with a document for information,
Who's that? Which ID is this here? Is that the
Investigating director, me.
or the ID you're referring to yourself?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Not the one that's today, the one that was the other day, when she was still the ID.
Okay. As long as the commissioners understand, don't mind me. Commissioner Kumalo, you wanted to deal with the annexure still.
Advocate Johnson, on the issue of Mr. O'Sullivan, it was on the 27th of June 2025. He was on Newsroom Africa, one of those late evening programs. And he said there, I've met with IDEC several times and I've given them documents. So I'm assuming that when you saw that on TV or when somebody told you about it, you would have been interested to know who at IDEC is meeting with Mr. O'Sullivan. Were you not interested at all?
I can't recall the interview, but if he said he was meeting with IDEC several times, the one person that I do discuss it with would be Mr. Sissoko to find out if Mr. O'Sullivan engaged with anyone in IDEC.
Yes. And then in relation to these cases, did you meet and discuss them with General Khan?
No.
Do you know that members of IDEC met and discussed these cases with General Khan?
What I am aware of, Chair, which is what I had to do to prepare for the commission, because I don't read the dockets, and I wanted to know if they had an engagement with General Khan on any of the CI matters. And I give you the feedback as I was given the feedback. They had conducted most of the investigations, I think in the Mokwele matter. I speak under correction. And they then found a document purporting to be in his name. And it is on that basis that Mr. Padiachi and Mr. Perumal engaged him, to take an affidavit. And an affidavit was taken for that matter. I'm not sure if other affidavits were taken for other matters.
Do you know that they showed him the Mokwele docket or the investigation, the inquiry file? Do you know that General Khan was shown the Mokwele inquiry file?
No, sir.
Do you know that in his affidavit he was required to comment on the suitability of Brigadier Mokwele?
No, I'm not privy to the details they discussed with him or documents they may have shared.
And do you know that the charge sheet actually mirrored General Khan's affidavit? So IDEC's charge sheet in the Mokwele matter mirrored the affidavit by General Khan?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, these HR-related issues, I think Commissioner Baloyi sometime last week raised this issue with you. If we go to page 3434 of the same bundle, just to show you why Commissioner Baloyi was correct and IDEC was incorrect. 3434. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my 3434 is very small.
No, that's fine. Do you see that it's a provisional report by the Public Service Commission?
I see that, Chair.
And it was investigating alleged irregular appointments within crime intelligence. August 2023?
I see that.
But do you see that it related to irregular appointments?
Correct.
crime intelligence.
Correct.
The very issue which is the subject of Mr. Adams's complaint. And then go to 3445. Are you there?
I'm there,
So
Commissioner.
just cast your eyes on the finding in 7.1. Do you see that?
Correct?
Yes, and also in 9.1, the recommendation. Do you see that? So by the time Mr. Adams brings these things to IDEC, the Public Service Commission has already investigated them and made recommendations to, among others, the National Commissioner and the Minister. So even if IDEC was not aware of this investigation, what this shows you is that there are other bodies established in terms of the Constitution that are responsible for investigating issues such as irregular appointments within SAPS. It's not IDEC's mandate. Absent the crimes mentioned in Section 7 of the NPA Act, it is not IDEC's mandate to be investigating these issues because there are other bodies that are responsible for these investigations. So what this report, all of it shows you is that exactly what Commissioner Baloyi said last week, that the moment this came to IDEC's desk, IDEC should have said, but these are not our issues, let's refer them to bodies that are responsible for investigating these issues. And there would have been no need for that summons that we see on 3360 and the annexures that follow all the way up to 3363. Because all those issues about performance assessments, about deviation, appointment deviations, all of those issues, those are matters for the Public Service Commission, not for IDEC.
And with your leave, Commissioner Khumalo, if I may point out, at item 11 of the same report, this is a report of August 2023. So the employment of Khumalo in that position was resolved by the PSC already in August 2023. And almost 2 years later, IDEC wants to revive this issue, revives the issue, culminating eventually in his arrest in June 2025. Do you see the problem of crossing lines and not performing strictly in terms of your statutory mandate?
Yes, correct.
Maybe also for completeness, and it has a bearing on my earlier question about whether you met and discussed with a number of people, and I mentioned names, to mention for completeness that at paragraph 2.1, the PSC records that the complaint was lodged by Miss Mary DeHaas. You see that at page 3437. Just, I'm mentioning it for completeness.
Sorry, 3437.
Paragraph 2.1. It says the complaint was lodged on the 23rd of December 22 by Miss Mary DeHaas.
I see that, Commissioner.
Let's go back to 3445. Are you there?
I am there.
I'm going to ask you to do three things very quickly. Please read 7.1 into the record, and then read 9.1, and then read that date on 3446, the one that Advocate Silo was referring us to. So please read 7.1 into the record, 9.1, and then the date in paragraph 11 into the record.
Paragraph 7 deals with findings, and 7.1 reads as follows. Commissioner Khumalo, the process followed by SAPS during the appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo to the post head of SAPS CIU is found to be regular. 9.1 under recommendations. Despite the determination that Lieutenant General Khumalo's appointment to the post of head of SAPS CIU was regular, the Public Service Commission recommends that the minister should facilitate that, and I think, do I read 9.1.1 and 2? That? Only 9.1. Corrective measures be put in place to ensure sound record keeping, to sensitize officials regarding the importance of good record keeping.
Go to the next page, paragraph 11. Emphasis on the date of the report.
Signed on behalf of the PSC by Professor Makanya as the Commissioner on the 16th of August, 2023.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ms. Silo, is this part of the bundle of documents that you say you got from IDEC?
I confirm so, Commissioner.
Okay. So what it seems, Ms. Johnson, lastly, from me at least, is that your organization had this report of the PSC as you made the decision to investigate and to send that summons on purely HR matters. This report was already within IDEC because it comes from IDEC. You don't have to comment. It seems to be a fact. If these come from IDEC, then IDEC was sitting with this report as you were making investigation and making the decision to create charges about the appointment, issue. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Silo.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But do feel free to make a comment if you want to, Advocate.
Advocate Johnson?
It is irresponsible for us as IDEC, if the investigators had this, not to have brought it to my attention, and for us to have had then a proper adjudication of what did we get in, what has happened in the interim, and does this still find place? Because just this report, don't even worry about the mandate of IDEC, just such a conclusive report removes it from the realm of any kind of investigation.
Thank you.
If I may follow up on that, again, we go to our base document, our famous Section 27 affidavit. We don't have to go to it, I'll read into it. It's our paragraph 5.
Okay.
That one that suggested that the very appointment of General Khumalo to this position was either irregular, unlawful, or otherwise. That was Mr. Adams's. Now, we know that the Section 28 is dated the 3rd of April 2025.
Correct.
And subsequent to the issue of that Section 28, IDEC is then furnished with the full document, the suite. And as Commissioner Khumalo points your attention to the PSC finding, is it safe to conclude that somewhere within IDEC lies a formal report under your signature indicating that any complaint or concerns raised by this Section 27 referral, particularly in paragraph 5 of the referral, or relating to the appointment or the regularity of the appointment of General Khumalo, has been put to bed? Is there anywhere where IDEC has signed off and say, we will not be pursuing that matter any further? Whether or not you had the mandate, that's not the issue. But that it has been definitively responded to, and that subject is closed. Is there a document like that that lies within IDEC? Or is the investigation perhaps somehow continuing under some or other guise?
As I said earlier, Commissioners, where there are issues that have come to the fore as they have over the days. And when you look at this report as well, then the recommendation to the head of IDEC would be that all these matters, where they are still under investigation, would have to be set aside, because this is what it is.
Just remind us, the J50, the recent one that was suspended or put on hold, did it relate to the same issues?
Now
Did
you
it
catch me
relate
off
to
guard.
appointment issues?
Because I haven't engaged them in a while, but I
No,
do
this
recall
is-
that this is
Sorry,
one of
sorry.
Madlanga.
Sorry, I will allow you to respond fully. I want to say, you say you've not engaged with this in a while. This is quite recent. It was in the media. Now.
Yes.
The arrest of, the intended arrest of
Yes.
General Khumalo. That's quite recent.
Yes.
So I don't quite understand you when you say you've not engaged with this in quite a while. Anyway, please respond to the question by Commissioner
No,
Khumalo.
the quite a while for me is relative. I haven't done it as of recent. But I do recall that that matter would have been about the vetting and appointment of General Mabandla.
So it's about appointment issues, irregularity or otherwise of appointments of generals.
No, it's more the vetting and her moving to positions because of the vetting.
But
It was a vetting issue.
aren't those issues for the Public Service Commission to deal with?
And that matter is under review by a special panel. I said the ones that are not there, commissioners, that remain under investigation, those are the ones on which I will make those recommendations as I undertook. So it's those ones, unfortunately, once a court process starts and they've now been taken on review by the Office of the National Director with a special panel, I'm not in those ones, but Commissioner Baloy said to me, those are court matters. You got investigations, so go look at your investigations. She didn't say it in that harsh
I
way.
know I said it better than that.
Yes. But that was the gist. And I did undertake to do that, as I've undertaken to do with now quite a few of the other matters. That must happen.
I must say, Advocate Johnson, that I find it quite strange that you are as hesitant as you are with regard to the basis for the intended arrest. In your response to Commissioner Khumalo, you were quite hesitant. I would have thought, I mean, this was out there for all to see in the public domain, and there was a lot of noise around it. For you not to be sure and to say that you have not engaged with it in a while, and eventually when you do respond, you are as hesitant as you were, I find that very strange. Why is that so?
I'm not hesitant, but I'm trying not to.
You were hesitant.
Okay, I'll take.
You did
the
not. You did not just rattle the response off, which is what I would have expected.
Okay. It's because I'm not vested with those matters. I become overly cautious about what I'm saying and don't want any negative implications. So my recollection has to be correct. That matter is still under review, and I did say that as well yesterday. Lest I say something that may negatively influence the matter, not just for the state. There are people whose lives are involved, and those are, they're not yet accused. Those are suspects. And so I am cautious.
And I'm sure you'll understand why I'm saying what I'm saying, because you're a very articulate person, and you speak far quicker than I can ever hope to. So that's why I noticed the hesitancy.
Thank you, Chair.
I must say, Advocate Johnson, I'm surprised that you are not aware of these things. My expectation would have been certainly after 6 July last year and allegations made against IDEC, that as head of IDEC, you would be more hands-on because the J50 we're talking about goes to the heart of the allegation made against IDEC a year ago. So I would have expected that the head of IDEC would say to her team, brief me on this matter so that I'm up to speed, so that if I need to account either to the ad hoc or to this commission, I'm fully appraised of what the situation is. So the fact that they are still doing things and you're not sure or you are not aware what is it that they are doing, it creates a difficulty because now even with the summonses, when you come here, you are unable to answer because all you can point to are the briefings, nothing in writing that was given to you. And it makes it difficult for us to then assess who is accountable for these decisions, who's accountable for this conduct, and if there are rogue elements within IDEC, who holds those rogue elements accountable if it's not the head of IDEC?
I understand, and I understand the shortcoming.
I mean, before July 6, nobody expected that there will be a commission,
Yes.
that there will be the ad hoc, and you would have to go there and answer and be referred to thousands of documents. But after July 6, it should have been obvious that on all these matters, I will be asked to go and explain and answer, and I need to be aware of what's going on so that I'm able to answer the questions that are posed.
I take your point.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson. Because we touched in passing on matter case number 543, that is the second matter. That, Commissioners, is at file 7, starts at page 2611. Just an observation to make.
Can
And-
we
and-
put away file 9?
File 9. No, I'm not making any promises, but
It must be close at
must
hand.
be close by. And just for the record, that this is the file, the docket. We said it's still under investigation, it's fairly sensitive, and it concerns I'll call them the aborted J50 warrants of arrest of Generals Kumalo and Madondo. I don't know if the request should go to you, but I have noted that in this file, there is no charge sheet. That's what I note, just for the record. But what I'm more particularly interested in right now is page 2613. And this is an IDEC document. And that would be the affidavit that initiates the investigation and culminates in the prosecution, correct?
That would be correct.
Maybe whilst you're still looking at it, just to point out to you that this is one of the documents, both the preamble statement and the affidavit, in respect of which it was suggested to Colonel Pareachi that there seems to be something wrong with the signatures there. and that it looks like the signature that purports to be of Mr. Adams may not be his. The affidavit is commissioned by Mr. Perumal. I'm not asking you to comment, I'm just pointing out to you that this is what was put to Colonel Padiachi.
And on that score, the affidavit that triggered this investigation into General Madondo's security clearance is the same, it's from the same batch of affidavits commissioned by Mr. Perumal on the 6th of January. You know that?
Yes, in Cape Town, Pretoria.
So, just as a matter of interest, if that affidavit is invalid, as a lawyer, what impact does it have on anything? What impact would that fact have on anything, if at all? And I ask that because my reading of the original Section 27 does not single out General Madondo in the manner that this supplementary affidavit does. So, according to the Section 27, Mr. Adams did not suggest that General Madondo did not have a security clearance, unless I have overread this and I may very well have skipped it. But I don't see it in the Section 27. I don't see it in the set of 4 supplementary statements commissioned by Investigator Rapesu in the presence of Mr. Perumal and Advocate Ramsamy. I find it instead in the affidavit commissioned by Mr. Perumal in Cape Town and Pretoria simultaneously, that the other 2, the validity of which the other 2 deny. And my interest is where that information comes from, that you should be investigating specifically General Madondo's security clearance. Because that was never part of the complaint.
So, Council, the question being that if this A1 of Adams is false, what do we make of the rest of the investigation?
No, all I'm asking is what would be the consequences of such a finding from a legal point of view? On anything. You make your choice, what it would impact.
If the statement is false, and because of the statement, you derive the evidence that is derived as a result of, then it taints that investigation. unless there is other independent evidence that even if you didn't show anyone this A1, and you just approach them to say, are you aware that the transfer of Major General Mabandla from KZN to CI, assisted by General Khumalo and other generals, knowing that she failed to secure a top secret clearance? If you took just maybe that part, because that is what it relates to, and you are able to find persons who can independently give you that evidence, and it is objective evidence, that evidence can't be tainted. What is the direct evidence out of this? Because if I look, and because there is evidence to support the allegations.
So it's not affected by the principle of fruits of a poison tree notion?
And that is what I said. It depends how far this goes. What derived from it is fruit of the poison tree. Is it everything, or is there independent evidence that you would have been able to glean? If I could just use the example, Commissioner Khumalo, and then maybe it might either fall within the fruit of the poison tree, or girl, you got it all wrong. And please don't tell the girl she got it all wrong. I'm trying to cross-reference. The question is very clear. The averment is very clear. Allegations related to the questionable lateral transfer of Major General Mabandla from KZN to CI head office by Lieutenant General Khumalo, who was assisted by other senior generals to do so, knowing that she failed to secure a top secret clearance for many years. I find something, for me, that's independent. And for me, the independent is, now I don't know what these pages are marked. I think it should say 281111, if you have something like that in the same file.
What page?
28
Yes.
1111 in the same file.
And what about that page?
It refers to an affidavit. And here you're going to guide me. This is the one that we were not talking about names publicly, am I right?
Yes.
So there is a statement from a very senior official.
Yes.
And what the senior official is saying, this person, Mabandla, resorted under my district, was laterally transferred to CI after a request from General Khumalo. The lateral transfer was approved by the National Commissioner. What's important is, I was not aware, nor did anyone inform me, that Mabandla did not have a top secret clearance and was also refused a top secret clearance while she held the rank of brigadier, including the time when I, that is this deponent, chaired a promotional panel which resulted in her appointment as a major general in the post in that district. Similarly, I was not aware that Mabandla did not have a top secret clearance when she was recommended for the lateral transfer to the division CI. I was also unaware that her application for a top secret clearance was refused.
And
Assume all of that
Yes.
is correct. Assume all of that is correct. What does it have to do with IDEC? Is it IDEC's mandate to investigate lateral transfers within subs and whether they were regularly done or not?
It was the issue of the vetting.
But does IDEC investigate whether somebody's vetting is correct or not? Is that IDEC's mandate?
No, and this
may,
is one
may,
of,
may I piggyback on that? We've taken the liberty of projecting Section 7. Please indicate accepting the correctness of the affidavit that you have just, parts of which you have read into the record. Where do we fit in that Section 7, 1 capital A?
it would trip me up, as Commissioner Baloy already did, in relating, you have the top and relating to, not and. And so where ordinarily one looked at her fraudulent utterances, the fraud she perpetuated by indicating that she did have, and it's important to note because that the person whose affidavit we read at 2811 is very clear. I wouldn't have proceeded with this process knowing that, but it does not, given the discussions we had the other day.
Okay, then can I just follow on that? You're saying the fraud she perpetuated, that then speaks to General Madondo. What does General Kumalo have to do with that? Does the docket suggest he's part of that fraud as well?
The suggestion is he knew she had no clearance and that she had pending matters, which was the basis on which she could not be properly vetted and or transferred, which is supported by
But then,
3811.
to bring it into 7, he must have known of the fraud
You must have known.
because it's a fraud. So are you saying the docket suggests that General Kumalo knew of the fraud, was complicit in the fraud? Is that where the docket will land us?
That is what the allegation was, yes.
And there is a basis for that, I take it, in the docket.
That is correct.
Okay.
Should be there.
Chair, I see it's 1 o'clock. Might this be an appropriate time?
Yes, it is. Oh, sorry.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I hope we finish today. I would really like us to finish today. You know, I'm not being disrespectful. I've been, my employment is terminated. I haven't been to the office yesterday or today to ensure that, you know, this is government. You know, the moment they tell you, they say, can you please just hand us your stuff and get out the door? And I haven't been able to get out the door. And so I'm hoping that even if we have to take a little longer, if we could be of a mind to finish today.
Ms. Silo,
Chair.
how long do you think will be this afternoon?
Oh, I thought the chair was going to ask me an easier question, which is whether we'll finish today, the answer to which would be a yes. I wouldn't commit to the time.
Yes.
Not too long, Chair. We should finish around our normal scheduled finish time or close thereabouts.
All right, all right. I would not be making an issue of it. It is just that Commissioner Baloy has a Judicial Service Commission engagement, but she will attempt to attend to that issue. Let me say this so long, Advocate Johnson. We hope to finish and we want as much as possible to come to your assistance in that regard.
I appreciate it and thank you.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and come back at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
your cell phones are off. We don't want cell phones ringing again. And yeah, thanks.
Yes, just before that, Advocate Johnson, we are able to sit late, so we should be able to finish today, I hope. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lula.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, could I ask that you excuse me at 5:15? I may rejoin you later. I have an engagement that is set down for 5:30. I thought we'd finish around about 4:30. If you're not finished when I'm done, I'll come back.
Let's see how things go. Thank you.
I'm not
Mr.
about to abandon my ship.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Johnson, before we continue, just matters for housekeeping. Chair, you gave us an assignment. On my end, I was still trying to retrieve these articles that the Chair had asked for. If you could give us perhaps another 15 minutes to half an hour, we should have a report back for you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
But otherwise, Advocate Johnson, you recall when we broke for tea, Commissioner Baloyi had specifically requested documents or information pertaining to the former Minister Beki Cele's siphoning, I think, of the secret fund. And you were going to make a call, if I recall, to somebody in the office. Perhaps Commissioner Baloyi can restate the request, and then you can tell us where you landed with that. That was before tea. When we came back, I clean forgot to inquire how far your efforts have gone.
You do remember what it was?
I do remember.
Yes.
And what I did together with Advocate Maga from the NPA, we did call Mr. Sissoko, and because it's not within his direct purview, we gave him the question, told him what it is the commission is looking for, and I told him who in the team might have it, and he undertook to engage them, find it if he can, and he will then liaise directly with Mr. Maga. But we had that conversation at lunch.
All right, so it's still outstanding.
It's still outstanding.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. And I think before we part company today, we would appreciate a clear indication, perhaps through your legal representatives, on how best to deal with outstanding documents
Yes.
that are within IDEC in light of the fact that you are now retired. You'll be able to guide us in that regard.
Yes,
Okay.
and I will also be available when council wants to message me just to hear, I'm looking for this, direct me wherever. I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm ready to move off that section 28 summons. As I understand section 28, all summonses are assigned by yourself. And I think that has been at least my experience insofar as the dockets are concerned. The dockets before us.
Yes, in most matters, but in other matters, and it all depends on availability, deputy directors of public prosecutions can also sign the summons.
So is that delegated authority or is that an original authority they have?
They have a delegated authority because it is incidental to prosecutions and investigations.
So would there be a written delegation of authority from you?
They all have a delegated authority, yes.
I'm interested in
Yes.
whether it's a written delegation of authority
Yes.
that we can ask for.
Correct.
So is it a general authority that you issued to all or specific persons? And if so, when is it renewable on a periodic basis? How does it work?
It's, in terms of section, it is 20 of the NPA Act, we delegate authority. And it's a once-off delegation, unless the rank changes and you have to upgrade that authority. And of course, when new persons come into the fold. And the authority for different functions delegated to the different functionaries. But the main gist of all those authorities is the ability to institute prosecutions for and on behalf of the state and to conduct investigations incidental to those prosecutions.
I ask because I'm looking at section 28(6), which I understood that most of these summonses that we've considered are issued in terms of. There are section 28 summonses.
Correct.
So where's mine? Have you located your copy?
I have a copy.
I read section 28 sub 6, and it states that for the purposes of an investigation, remember we are in section 28,
Yes.
sub A, the investigating director may summon any person or ask for any document or book in their possession or under their control. And at B, the investigating director or person designated by him or her may question any person. Do you see that?
Yes.
So most of the section 28 summonses I've seen, at least in the dockets, are signed by you, just like the one we were considering just before lunch. Now, section 28 sub 7 provides that a summons referred to in subsection 6, which is the one we've just looked at, shall be, and it states AB, and I'm interested in C, be signed by the ID or a person authorized by him or her. So there seems to be a requirement, if it's not signed by you, for specific authorization by you, which of course implicit in that is that you delegated the power. And as we know, with the rules of delegation, it must be in writing.
Correct.
So it would be fair to expect that if we come across a summons that is signed by anyone but the ID, there would be within IDEX records that delegation. To be compliant with sub 7,
That is correct.
there would be a written delegation.
Yes. And that delegation, if I may, Council, is in terms of section 20 of the NPA Act, power to institute and conduct criminal proceedings. The power is contemplated in section 1792 and all other relevant sections of the Constitution to A, institute and conduct criminal proceedings on behalf of the state. B, carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting and conducting such criminal proceedings. And C, discontinue criminal proceedings. So they have a section 20 authority, and that allows them then to deal with functions incidental to investigations and prosecutions. One of which
I read 20 to speak to the institution and conduct of criminal proceedings.
on behalf of the state.
Yes.
Yes.
And not investigations. You recall, as I understand, IDEC has got both powers.
Yes.
Power of investigation and power of prosecution.
Yes.
And Section 20, on my reading, relates to criminal proceedings, which is the prosecutorial part of the NPA. Section 28 that we have dealt with, you remember we dealt with Section 28.1 and 28.13, which speak to investigations. And that particular section, insofar as investigations are concerned, and the issuing of summonses prescribes that a summons must be signed in 7 sub C, must be signed by the ID or a person authorized by him or her.
Correct.
My interpretation is that that's a separate now
Yeah.
authorization.
Yes.
So my question was, is it fair to assume where there is a summons signed by anyone but yourselves, that there would be a record of the delegation of that power to that specific person within IDEC?
That should be, yes.
That's a fair assumption. Please turn to, we're still with file 9. I'm at 3527. This is CJC 397. Page 35, no, did I say 97? 3527, okay, thank you. I thought I'd mentioned the wrong page. 3527, that's CJC 397. And you see at the top of that document, it says it's a summons in terms of section 28.6, read with 28.7 of the NPA Act, which are the subsections we just had regard to now. You confirm that?
I confirm.
I see this is a summons issued on the 11th of May 2026. It's signed by Advocate S. Manilal. And if we go to page 3530, you have a main heading, introduction, under A, B, background. And it's at 5, it says, the information required from you relates to the conducting of an investigation into serious fraud and corruption committed within the South African Police Service. This investigation was authorized by the investigating director in terms of section 28 sub 1 sub A of the NPA Act into allegations of the commission of the following offenses. A, fraud, B, corruption. Which investigation is this? Perhaps let's move on to Annexure B, it might shed light. Annexure B provides the particulars pertaining to this investigation and states that the PKTT team that traveled to the Western Cape for the arrest of Mr. Fadiel Adams. And in that regard, IDEC requires certified copies of all travel documents for the PKTT members who traveled to the Western Cape and were involved in the arrest of Mr. Fadiel Adams for the period 30th April to the 8th of May 2026. Travel documents must include all applications, itineraries, SAP 501s, approvals. The members would have departed on 30th April 2026 and returned on the 8th of May 2026. And it's signed by Advocate Manilal. Which investigation is this? Where IDEC issues a section 28 to demanding details and documents pertaining to the PKTT's team's travel to the Western Cape to arrest Mr. Fadiel Adams.
Maybe to point out at that 3527, at the foot of the page, that the investigator is Brian Padeachi.
This is somewhat confusing because it looks like IDAC is asking the police to indicate who went to, I would assume it's on the arrest of Mr. Adams, who went to arrest him and what it costs. And that isn't part of anything that I'm aware of we are doing at IDAC. This isn't brought to me. This is signed by the deputy. They are delegated to sign. But I cannot see the relevance of why we would ask who traveled. A different conversation, Chair, might have been if one wrote to the National Commissioner indicating this is a witness, we would like to know what charges he faces, something like that, a very generalized, because we want them to know he's our witness, they have taken him. But other than that, I can't legitimate this because I don't know why this happened.
Even that, why would IDEC put forward such an inquiry? Because it suggests that if the individual is your witness in some or other matter, he's then above the law and cannot be acted upon by any arm of the law enforcement. So what would be the basis for the inquiry unless it is interfering with that person in their capacity as a witness, which you would have to spell out in
Yes.
that communication?
The communication would merely be to indicate this person is a witness in our matters and we are informing you. And then that stays where it is. It becomes important when you have a witness who is subsequently arrested. You do inform the other team. We've done that in other matters as well. If you take, and not to go into his details because he has yet to come to the commission, when Mr. Matlala was arrested in Joburg on other matters, we were already busy with a corruption matter. We informed that prosecution team, colleague to colleague, I just would like you to know, IDAC is only vested with this matter into Mr. Matlala, and we're not aware of what you are doing, but if you need anything, ours is purely a corruption matter, and vice versa. That way, either teams get to collaborate, we don't trample on one another's toes, but it's a collegiality we've always afforded one another.
If you don't know anything about this, it then suggests that there are investigations that are being conducted by an organization that you don't know about. Is that how it operates? Is that how IDEC operates? That the head may not know that there are investigations against certain people and in certain matters that are happening?
Not in that sense, but if they are already busy with an investigation, and within that investigation team, they see fit to seek information that they think may help their matter, they are allowed to go ahead as investigators and prosecutors. And so I don't know why it happened.
And that
in
would be
this
that would be part of an investigation.
Of an
It flows
investigation.
from an investigation, right?
Correct.
But you are not aware that there is an investigation into the arrest of Mr. Adams.
No,
You're not
because-
aware that there's such an investigation.
No, I did see on television that Mr. Adams was being arrested. That is a matter that must get dealt with wherever it gets dealt with. So for us to want to know anything, I think it's not just about the anything. It was the detail of what was being sought.
Yes.
And what would you do with this detail if
Why
they
do you
gave
want
the
the names
detail?
of people, indeed, who arrested him?
Correct.
And you say you were never made aware that there is such an inquiry or there is such an investigation that IDEC is looking into.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, and no idea why a team would have then deliberated on something like this.
Yes.
And not brought it to the attention of the head. If it was going to make a difference to cases we had where he is a witness,
Yes.
that's different. But even when you look at the level of the detail that is asked, it can in no way further the investigation that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Based on your response, doesn't reading this section 28 summons and the detail contained therein as regards what IDEC wants, have we not crossed the line of interference? Is this not interfering with the affairs of SAPS as law enforcement agencies in circumstances where IDEC doesn't know, at least from these summons, why that particular individual was arrested? Is this not rendering SAPS accountable to IDEC for decisions that SAPS takes? And if so, what would be the statutory entitlement to that?
It does not make sense at all. And that's why I said that there's no requirement, there's no legal requirement. They may have used a legal document to procure this or attempt to procure this, but there's no legal basis for the existing investigations in IDEC where Mr. Adams made a 27 referral and however many supplementary A1s. It cannot take the matter further knowing who arrested him, why they arrested him, and so on.
So would it be fair then, based on the face of this document and your responses, I take it you have no knowledge of the summons, you never authorized the issue of such a summons?
Correct.
So the commission must turn to the person who signed it, which is Advocate Manilal, together with his investigator as reflected at page 3527, Mr. Brian Padiachi, who's the senior investigating officer. The answer must lie between the two of them.
Correct.
We shall do so. Thank you.
Maybe just to complete this, you will see in the last 2 pages that the SAPS does indeed respond, and now we know Mr. Manilal and IDEC have the names of the people that effected the arrest. You see that at page 3532 and 3533. So whatever purpose he sought these names for, he has now been given the names, and maybe he'll come and tell us what he did with the names. Okay, thank you.
And having worked through these documents, did it happen often when you were the ID that investigations are initiated without your knowledge? You will recall that I think when we started our engagement last week, I had expressed a concern that it sounds like everyone within IDEC was on a frolic of his own and running their own show. And this is one such case that brings that to the fore. I want to know, are there many of such, to your knowledge, that are perhaps lying about in IDEC? If this particular summons is anything to go by, I would suggest that they should be.
In all fairness, Chair, there's the teams work within a very structured approach with their matters. They won't come to me with every section 28, but the 28 has to have purpose, and I haven't stumbled across one where even when we have a discussion, then it's out of sync. Sometimes they may have asked for something extra or something less, but it is within the framework of what they were allowed to ask in order to further that investigation. And where I have to make a slight qualification is, I'm not sure what drove this, and so they would have to answer, why would we need that information? Where does it take the Adams complaints, regardless of whether we've put them now to the side and whether the Section 27 is substantial, insubstantial? What will we do with this? What do we do with this?
Where could it possibly take the Adams complaint?
Nowhere. As we have it,
yes.
Nowhere. And that's why I'm saying, they've now, Commissioner Baloy has shown at the last 2 pages, having all these names and knowing whether approval was granted or not knowing whether it cost 5 cents or 5,000 rands does not take the Adams matter or matters any further than before he got arrested.
And knowing who from PKTT effected the arrest as well?
Yes.
Doesn't take
The matter any
investigation.
further.
No, so is it your testimony to this commission that this actually was the first time such occurred? Can you confidently say so? And if the answer is potentially yes, what would give them, should I say, the strength or the bravery to do just what they did in May 2026? How do you learn there as the ID? And I will add to that, if I may. You've been an ID for a few years. If you were in office, what would be the consequences of this?
Well, first of all, they would have to explain why they went off investigation. They'd have to show where it was in the investigation plan.
And where does that help you if they've gone off
And
investigation?
if they have gone off investigation, then steps would have to be taken because...
No, sorry, I apologize. You start by saying why they went off
Yes.
investigation, and I'm saying the why is irrelevant. As based on your and my discussion, we've established that there was no such investigation that can justify this summons. Now, I'm interested in consequence management.
So in terms of the consequence management, either I'd have to first determine if this was the first time and hope to God that it is. But if it is, then it is a matter of him being given a written warning, or this actually, in this way, and now that we do have the IDAC judge, is to perhaps refer it there because this is irregular and unprocedural in the manner in which it was done. It didn't have a... We kept talking about the Section 27 as a basis for things. Where's the basis for this? So what is the process you follow when you don't have a basis? And why did you embark then on a process that isn't allowed when you do not have a registered, whether it is an inquiry or an investigation or an authorized matter? And that would be something that would have to be escalated for an investigation outside of the framework of IDAC, which is the IDAC judge.
Is the truth
Sorry.
Without taking issue with Ms. Silo's focus, I want to suggest to you that the why is actually relevant because these many, and underline many, departures from the norm may actually be symptomatic of improper motives on the part of IDAC. Do you accept that suggestion?
I accept the suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may just go back on what you said, is this a question of improper investigation or outright unlawful? It's an unlawful investigation, if not in terms of Section 27 and Section 28(1). We settled that on the first day. So how do you even suggest giving a written warning for unlawful conduct? IDAC is a super powerful institution. It's the only institution in the country which has got the power to both investigate and prosecute.
That is why I corrected myself and said, actually, this matter must go to the IDAC judge because you must first look at the basis, and there is no legitimate basis. Therefore, process of IDAC has been deviated, and for the judge to then consider that.
Where is the ID in this? At which point the ID institutes at least disciplinary proceedings with a view to terminate the employment of these people who abuse the immense powers held by IDAC to do what they did here in Section 28. Why must the judge deal with those issues?
So in terms of the disciplinary processes for IDAC, they now resort under the judge. Judge will look at it, judge can then recommend to the labor department. Ordinarily, Chair and Commissioners, we would send it to two places, Office of Ethics and Accountability and to the Labor, and they would run the parallel matter. With IDEC, the IDEC judge oversees the IDEC staff. He is the first port of call. You refer matters to him. He can then decide, look, we're going to proceed on this part, look at criminality. In the meantime, Labor, you can institute action because this is clearly a labor issue, but it is looked at holistically, and the judge engages both the Office of Ethics and Accountability as well as labor. But he is the final arbiter and the conduit through which these matters go.
Can I just add that, you know, it's not just irregular, and I think you will agree with me, it's not just irregular, it is in fact an abuse of the Section 28(6) and 7 power and process. So it's much more serious than an irregularity. An irregularity can be, some irregularities can be, condoned, can be excused with an I'm sorry, you know, I misunderstood. But this is an outright abuse of a process that is prescribed by law for ulterior purposes. You accept that?
I accept that,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. And you, on your first day of testimony, you touched on this section, Section 29, capital A, which reads, an investigator may, subject to the control and direction of a head of an investigating directorate. In this instance, where is the ID's control and direction? When you have a patently unlawful Section 28, presumably informed by an unlawful investigation, and your solution is to direct it to the judge, where do you exercise that control and direction, unless it has to then be accepted that that investigation was done, that unlawful investigation was initiated and implemented with the concurrence of the ID, because the solution that you offer somehow takes the head of the investigating directorate out of the picture and absolves them of responsibility. Yet the very section you relied upon, I think on your first day, Section 29, capital A, sub 1, says every investigator may, subject to the control and direction of the head. Where do we find that control?
In this instance, we cannot look for the control of the investigating director because it is done without the knowledge of the investigating director. So I had no control over this situation.
So the ID failed to exercise control over the institution?
The ID cannot fail to exercise control over that which she did not know. It has now come to my attention, and then we exercise control in the manner in which I suggested, Commissioners, that it then be escalated to the IDEC judge.
Okay, I would like to move off this topic to a slightly different one, and for that purpose, I would invite us to go to file 3, where we are in the ad hoc transcript. I think I'm not closing file 9 yet. No, I'm not. In particular, please go to page 586. And midway there, page there, this is an engagement you had before the ad hoc with Mr. Ngola. And I'm reading from, I think, literally midway, where it says, there is an allegation, Mr. Ngola says, there is an allegation that IDEC actively participating in a well-coordinated attack against General Mkwanazi, General Masemula, and General Kumalo. Are you aware of that allegation? To which you respond, I've heard the allegation. There is no truth to the allegation. There are criminal matters that are in the IDEC space. If all that IDEC wanted to do was to go out on a witch hunt, nothing precluded IDEC from arresting and placing both Generals Mkhwanazi and Masemula on the court roll when I took office in 2022, or any time from then till now. We did not do that because there was not sufficient evidence in the matters we have. There is also no witch hunt against Lieutenant General Khumalo because there were no matters brought to IDEC prior to the referral by Mr. Adams. And Mr. Ngola asks, do you not think the manner in which the IDEC responded to Mr. Adams' complaints is actually feeding that narrative? Now, what we dealt with in the morning, in large part arises from yesterday, Mr. Adams's complaint, and including this latest Section 28 summons against PKTT, which you had denied that IDEC was investigating, and it turns out that it was. Surely, with the wisdom of our, this is the commissioners and myself, engagement with you, you must accept that Mr. Ngola was right, that the manner in which IDEC responded to Mr. Adams' complaint, at the very least, is feeding the narrative. And based on the evidence, I'll suggest that the narrative is actually true, that there appears to be an active, coordinated attack, at least against General Khumalo. That much we've established. General Mkhwanazi, not yet, but to the extent that he is associated with PKTT, perhaps. General Masemula, we haven't canvassed that. What would your comment to that be?
Yes, I think that if we look at the matters in their totality, and we also look now that this one, Commissioners 3527, really bothers me. Then the assertion that, or the conclusion you draw, makes reasonable sense. And whilst it didn't, and in all honesty, at the time, what I said is exactly how it was. And as you look at some of the things that have now come out from parallel statements, et cetera, there are dots to connect, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's not just 3527 that feeds.
Sorry, Chair.
It's not just 3527 that feeds into that suspicion. There's also the summons that you signed.
Correct.
Where there doesn't seem to be any basis for the inclusion of the PKTT. So that's another dot that feeds into the suspicion of the PKTT being targeted. You accept that?
I accept that.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Staying with the transcript, let's go to page 592. The same point is revisited by Ms. Sangoni. And Ms. Sangoni inquires from you, Advocate Johnson, were you saying that you are investigating General Masemula and General Mkhwanazi, or you investigated them and found no evidence? Your response, to be clear, there was an investigation in which both are implicated, a matter arising out of IPID. There is insufficient evidence for me to move against the both of them. I'll pause there. My first question, what are these matters arising out of IPID, and what do you mean they arise out of IPID?
Counsel, when you and I consulted, I did indicate that when I first took office in March 2022, there were already some IPID investigators at the then ID, and they had come over with their matters. I sought to find I just want to find a letter that I can ask that it be shared. If I could just first indicate what the letter says, commissioners, and then I will hand it over for them to just make copies. I did indicate to council that when I took office, there were IDEC personnel and IDEC matters in IDEC, but it had been borne out, Chair and commissioners, by a letter written, and this was the only document I could get, and Mr. Sissoko did look for other documents, but he was part of that process, and he would be able to elaborate if there's a need. But my predecessor wrote to the acting executive director of IPID, on the 31st of October 2019, wherein the gist of the letter is that there are matters currently in IPID that fall within the mandate of IDEC. And in terms thereof, certain cases have been identified, and the request is for those matters to come over to IDEC together with the investigators who had those matters. At the time, in 2019, we must bear in mind that the ID was created by proclamation. It is not permanent. It is unable to recruit investigators permanently. And so any investigators the ID would have required would have been what they call secondments or duty reassignments. So she asked for these matters to come over and for those investigators to be brought with those matters. And in fact, investigators did come over with the matters that they came over with. And this is the one letter that I could find where the request was made and to whom the request had been made.
Just for the record, who's the author of the letter and who is it addressed to?
It is addressed to the acting executive head of IPID at the time, and it was addressed by Advocate Hermione Cronier, who was the investigating director, commissioners at the time.
Do you know who was the acting executive head of IPID at the time? Does the letter say?
Make copies. Sorry. Apologies.
We can pause it.
We'll pause that one, yes. But it would say, from what I then found out, that exercise did in fact take place. And so when IPID came over, they came over, council, with matters that would have dealt with corruption. And in the main, because they are IPID, it was corruption matters in the South African police services. And much of these were, Commissioner Baloy, supply chain management issues, corruption, PFMA, and all of those things.
Okay. It brings me to a question about which could have been asked much earlier. And it's a question about how IDEC takes over matters from other agencies, matters that fall within the jurisdiction of those agencies. So you took over dockets, for example, the Orlando dockets, the Langlaagte dockets, all of those, they do fall within the jurisdiction of the SAPS.
Correct.
You took them over and investigated them. Now we know that IDEC, in its former formulation, took over matters from IPID, which fall within the jurisdiction of IPID. I imagine there are matters which fall within the Hawks. I don't know if you've taken over any, but which also the Hawks is qualified. Surely there must be a protocol that even if it is a common understanding, not written down, but an understanding amongst the heads of the agencies about what that regulates that ability and power to summon and demand or request, if you like, matters that are sitting, and properly so, with another agency. What is that governs that, and that would have enabled you, for example, to demand, and I use the word demand quite deliberately, to demand the files from SAPS, to take over the files from IPID?
I think it's the protocols with which we had worked over the years, and it became accepted practice. But I do believe that in some instances, and I do speak under correction which ones, there are also memorandums of understanding or service level agreements, just to ensure not just the smooth working, but legitimacy for why we are asking from somebody else. So across the board, there are those working relationships. There's even, for example, a tripartite between SARS, the NPA, and I think the SIU. So they have that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is it a function of, oh, I like this matter, IDEC likes this matter, which IPID is perfectly qualified to deal with? Is it simply IPID, can decide we like this matter, and so we want to take it over, and you write to your counterpart and you say, bring it over, and they have to bring it over because that's the governing rule, or is it much more nuanced or much more sophisticated than that, as in it must relate to something that you are dealing with, so you don't just go about fishing for people's dockets, but it's related to something that you deal with?
Correct. So if one looks at the letter that my predecessor wrote, she did set out why those matters should come to IDEC. And I would assume that if the counterpart to whom she wrote felt, we get you, but we're on it, we're good. If we need resources, we rather ask you for resources, but we're good on ours. They didn't do that. They gave over the matters, plus they gave over the investigators, their very own resources, to come and do the investigations in the then ID.
Thank you. We'll see when the letter comes back. Thank you.
And it's gone for copying. Thank you. Let's agree on one thing. The files and the investigations are owned by the institution, which has the mandate to investigate. No investigator owns any investigation.
Correct.
So must I take it that the letter, when it does come, is going to specify which matters precisely are transferring from IPID to IDEC, or it doesn't specify which matters, therefore leaving it open to what you often refer to as their matters for the investigators themselves to determine, I like this file, I'm taking this one. What must we expect from the letter?
In this letter, which was the only one I could find, was where she wrote to them, said why it should be in the IDEC mandate, and then identified certain investigators that must come over with the matters. I guess then those investigators already had specific matters that she had identified to fall within the mandate, and they would have come with those. Mr. Sissoko and I tried to look for any other engagements. In fact, he did call IPID to see if they could find their letter where they then say, these persons are coming over with these matters. We don't have that letter. But we have the persons who came over.
Your response also seems to place emphasis on the investigators and their matters. My question places emphasis on the matters. Does that letter identify them? Because when IPID was seized with those matters, it had the mandate to investigate. The establishment of IDEC an acquisition of certain power by IDEC did not strip IPID of its original mandate, as I understand the law, unless you can show me a provision in the Act, in any Act, that stipulates that henceforth the nature of these matters will fall strictly within the purview of IDEC only. I'm not aware of such. So, if it had the authority, even after IDEC was established, it retained the authority. So I'm trying to understand how the investigation then transfers to IDEC. That's why I say the emphasis cannot be on the investigators, it can only be on the investigations themselves. And that letter, I then expect, would have identified the respective investigations that IPID transfers to IDEC, because having effected that transfer, then IPID no longer bears responsibility for the further execution of those investigations and acting upon any outcome.
If I could just look at them. So in paragraph, apologies, Commissioners, in paragraph 3.1, my predecessor writes, with reference to my letter with subject request for a meeting to discuss the operational cooperation between the Independent Police Investigative Directorate and the Investigating Directorate Corruption, and there's a reference number and date 16 June 2019. I have identified a number of cases that I understand are already being investigated by IPID. I hope to prioritize them as short-term, medium-term, and long-term cases for the ID. Given the sensitivity of the matters on the list, I propose we set up a meeting to discuss the cases that the ID will investigate within its mandate using the powers conferred by Section 28 of the NPA Act. Now, we couldn't find that letter that she talks of, but she does identify that there are matters that would come. We did look for that letter because I was also confused that there's a whole table setting out who must come, but there wasn't anything about the cases. And then in 2.1, Chair and Commissioners, transfer of the cases mentioned in paragraph 3 for investigation by the ID as specified offences in terms of the mandate of the ID and the placement of the IPID members mentioned in paragraph 4 for a period of 10 months to conclude the investigations under the auspices of the ID. And then she just set out logistical arrangements. But that list, we were unable to find in our office, and we did ask IPID to look for that list of cases.
Yeah, and because the letter you've given us, as I understand it, at least it identifies the investigators that have been seconded to IDEC, and those are set out in paragraph 4 of the letter. At paragraph 3, there's supposed to be a document that lists the cases currently under investigation by IPID, but which are being requested to be transferred to IDEC. That is the list we don't have.
Yes.
And you say that these investigators came with their investigations.
Yes, which ought to have been.
It can be correct.
Which ought to have been part of the list.
It can be correct. They don't have investigations. They get seconded. Paragraph 3 tells us which cases go to IDEC. There are no their investigations, surely. Because when we express ourselves in those terms, It suggests that these investigators own the investigations, and that is wholly wrong. It's the institution that owns the investigations.
Correct.
So it doesn't mean wherever the investigator goes, that investigation follows them around. So
it's just in the way that it's couched in 5.2.1 and 5.2.2 is that the transfer of those cases will come to the ID for investigation as per the mandate that she alluded to, and the placement of the IPID members as per paragraph 4.
now let's read 5.2.1 correctly. Transfer of the cases mentioned in para 3.
Yes,
So it confirms what's in paragraph 3. They have to be specifically identified.
correct.
Yes.
And then those persons will be placed in IDAC for a period of 10 months to conclude the investigations under the auspices of the ID. And so I take that to mean that there's a list of cases, and then there are people who will come from IPID to IDAC with their cases, or with
And-
their cases.
Yeah.
Yes,
No. Paragraph 4 tells us who is being seconded.
yes,
Paragraph 3 tells us which cases are being transferred.
Yes.
What we have is the list of secondees. What we don't have is the list of cases.
yes.
But you want to tie the two together and say those investigators brought their investigation, and I say there is no such a concept. It's specified cases. A list of which we don't have, which you say you could not locate. Which then raises the question, the current cases that are being investigated by IPID, that were originally being investigated by IDAC, thank you, Commissioner. The current cases being investigated by IDAC, which were previously investigated by IPID, those investigations could potentially be unlawful because they may very well not be part of the list contemplated in 3. And you don't know that, from what I understand. As long as the investigators say, it's my file, it's my investigation, I came with it from IPID, you've accepted that as a correct legal position.
Yes, but from what I also understand is that when these matters came into when the matters came from IPID into IDAC, the matters had to be assessed in terms of whether or not they fell within the IDAC mandate, as she said in paragraph 1.2 and in 2.1. That exercise would have had to have been done. These matters are now here. Do they fall within the mandate? And if they fall within the mandate of the ID, those matters would then have had to be declared in IDAC in order for them to continue in IDAC. And I'm given to understand that in
Yes.
many of those matters, there were Section 28 authorizations for those matters to continue.
Now, I don't understand that. IDAC doesn't operate in terms of Section 28. That's an IDAC authorization mechanism.
Yes,
So we need the first leg for them to leave IPID and legitimately come into IDAC,
which they did.
which they did. And I would have said, on the basis of that transfer, the investigation continues. It doesn't need a 28-1 to trigger an investigation. The investigation is ongoing, except now it's under a different umbrella. But what I understand from what you are saying, there is absolutely no record of any investigation within IDAC, following your extensive search with Mr. Sissoko, of matters that were lawfully transferred from IPID to IDAC. We don't have that record. That's what you struggle to find.
The list of the cases.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We touched on that in passing because we were looking at page 592 of the transcript, your file 3.
Ms. Silla, maybe just for
Yes.
the record, to mention that the letter doesn't say who the acting executive head of IPID was at the time. Just to complete that question. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I note. Would you by any chance remember who it was?
No, I had not engaged with that person. I came much later.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I thought you might know.
No, not at that time, no.
Okay. So I guess it's for us to find who on the 31st of October 2019 was the acting executive director of IPID.
IPID.
Now, and lastly on this letter, I read it is a request to IPID, and you have not been able to locate a response from IPID.
Yes, Mr. Sissoko says he did see a response. He's asked a colleague from IPID if they can find their response, because he clearly recalls that there was a response to the letter.
Where could he potentially be searching? You and I had this conversation over 2 weeks ago. Where could he be searching for this response that it's taken this long?
He's gone through his records, because he's been with the, he has been with
IDEC?
the ID since, I think, September, October 2021. So he's looked in his records and couldn't find it. And so he's asked the colleagues from IPID. And I understand why he may not have been able to find it. It could just as well have been a document that was composed in the office of the investigating director and sent directly through to the acting executive head, IPID.
Now, I see this letter is from H.T. Cronje as the ID of the NPA. Would it not be amongst the records? These ought to be independent IDEC records. They don't rely on anyone within IDEC to have copies. So when you take over from Advocate Cronje, these would be the documents and the records you inherit. And that's where I would have expected the search to happen. From amongst the documents you inherited from Advocate Cronje when you took office. They are not there.
I did not inherit many documents from Advocate Cronje.
I don't know. But I'm saying you inherited documents
I inherited
from that,
yeah.
that resided and belonged to the office, unless you walked into an empty office.
Actually, I did.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry.
So you're suggesting...
That's a fair answer. She asked for it.
Yes.
So then we're suggesting that... How long was Advocate Cronje in office?
I think it would have been April 2019, thereabouts, to February 2022.
Okay, so I guess we'll direct our inquiry to Advocate Cronje to check whether when she left office, she left with the ID's documents, seeing as you walked into an empty office. Yeah, I can live with that, Commissioner Khumalo. Thank you. Having then dealt with the investigations you referenced during your ad hoc hearing, you then proceed with, at page 596 of the same record, and at the top of 596, the conversation is about Mr. Brian Padiache. That's not where my interest lies. My interest is more, let's look at the question by Mr. Skosana, the third question, fourth on that list, midway the page. Mr. Skosana says, were you only aware of the Medicare contract in February? You say yes, when it was referred to IDEC. This is February of which year? Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see where you are.
Yeah, we are now in November 2025, you are before the ad hoc,
We,
just to give you pointers.
were you only aware of the Medicare contract in February? Yes, when it was referred.
Well, it can be 2024, I'll offer you that.
It's 2020.
It can be 26 because we're in November 25.
25.
I suggest it should be February 25.
It was 25.
Now you say when it was referred to,
Sorry, I get a bit slow by the afternoon.
I know.
Like yesterday, I'm sorry.
you and I both, don't worry. So we are now in February 2025, you say that's when it was referred to IDEC.
Correct.
I have a challenge with your timeline.
Okay.
When it was referred, I take it is a Section 27 referral? That's what we mean when you said it was referred to IDEC.
Yes, that is correct.
This, just for the record, the advertisement for that contract was in January 2024. The award or the contract was the 14th of June 2024, and it was signed on the 18th of June 2024. Now, what I have on record is file 9, page 3519. And my reading of that document is it's an affidavit. If you run ahead to page 3521, it's signed there and commissioned and I see the date attached there is the 6th of June 2025. My interpretation of this document is, although it doesn't say on the face of it, that it is the referral. And at paragraph 3 thereof, Miss Charity Madlanga, who says she's a Major General in SAPS, the component head Risk and Integrity Management. At 3, she states, I hereby submit this affidavit to the Investigation Directorate Against Corruption in support of initiating a criminal investigation into the alleged unlawful awarding of the Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited. Then it gives the detail. So on a reading of this, it would appear that the referral was in June 25. Why did you suggest that it was referred in February 25, as you did before ad hoc? What were you basing yourself on then?
I know that they, referred the matter earlier in that year, and the general was then asked to depose to an affidavit in terms of Section 27. That is my recollection of the matter. They wanted to refer the matter to IDEC, and we then indicated that in order for the matter to be referred to IDEC, she would have to depose to an affidavit for that referral. And that would then be this. Sorry, Council.
No, apologize. Please conclude. I thought you...
So that is how I have that sequence in my head.
So what did you receive in February then to understand for the affidavit to only come 4 months later?
From what I understood, she's at risk and integrity management at the police. They wanted to refer the Medicare matter to us, and we indicated that they would have to put a Section 27 affidavit together to refer the matter to us. I cannot tell you why she took so long to do that, but there were discussions initially about there is this matter and we want to refer it to IDEC. But we were not going to be able to take the matter as is to IDEC without the referral.
But still, then you would not have been correct to suggest to the ad hoc committee that there was a referral in February on that version alone.
Yes, on my version, it is, maybe I should have said it differently, but on my version, we had engaged on a referral of a Section 27 to IDEC for the Madlanga matter, and that was done in around about February.
What do you mean you had engaged in a referral? I don't understand.
Sorry, we engaged about a referral of a Section 27 to IDEC in February.
So then I would expect, and perhaps it will go into our list of documents.
And maybe I must pause here. I speak under correction, but I think that what might have preceded this was a letter. For some other reason, as I look at this now, there was a letter indicating that there's going to be a Section 27 referral to IDEC. We indicated that that is insufficient, and if I'm not mistaken, that would have come from General Dimpane, I think was the CFO at the time, and we then had to indicate that it would have to be an affidavit. I will look for that letter and ask the prosecution team this afternoon, because for some other reason that is a bit more familiar, that we had a document that said we are referring this matter to IDEC in terms of Section 27.
And I take it now that letter, in order to get to a point where an affidavit is submitted, that letter would have been responded to in writing.
Yes.
So should I expect a response that says, please have regard to the provisions of Section 27, these are the requirements, something along those lines? And if there isn't?
And if there isn't,
you won't be around for me to ask you. So.
No. So I can give you a possible scenario if there isn't. If there isn't, what it would have been is I would have asked Mr. Perumal, who worked quite closely with General Matlo, to make sure that this letter is not sufficient for purposes of a referral. Kindly ensure that they follow the prescript and give us an affidavit.
But then Mr. Perumal would have dispatched such a letter. Is that what you're suggesting?
Either verbally, or there is a letter that was dispatched. And that is why I wanted to say, if you can't ask me later, that if there isn't a letter, there would have been an engagement.
This is the second letter that is received by your office, and there is no record of a formal response thereto. What in fact happens is heightened activity regarding investigations resulting in prosecutions. That's rather lax, is it not?
No, I'm not saying there isn't a letter. You asked what would the possible scenario be if there isn't a letter, and I'm not here to ask. I'm saying that the letter would have come from General Dimpane's office referring the matter to us. We would have acknowledged receipt of the letter, and whatever else would have been written in there. I will most certainly ask the PA to check for that.
So then the answer must be, if you received a letter, because that's a trigger, then you would formally have responded to it,
in a letter.
And all those records are within IDEC.
They
and
must
you just
be in
tell us
IDEC.
who to turn to establish those facts.
Okay, so those two, I'm going to the office tomorrow to pack up my bags, but I'm able to ask
Please.
My PA, the PA that was my PA.
Yeah.
Before someone
Understood.
says I'm taking ownership of people in IDEC when I'm no longer the ID chair, I apologize.
Okay. So then you went through that process, and we landed in June 2025 with this affidavit,
Correct.
which you consider to be a Section 27 affidavit.
That is correct.
I look at first page 3519. We read paragraph 3. Paragraph 5 then informs that a comprehensive internal audit report is currently being compiled
which will shed further light on the alleged criminal misconduct, the procurement processes which were flouted or manipulated, and other relevant aspects. Thus far, in this affidavit, I haven't come across any alleged criminal misconduct or an allegation of flouting or manipulation of procurement processes. At least those don't precede paragraph 5. They can only succeed it. You accept? Because the author, the deponent tells us that a comprehensive internal audit report is currently being complied, which will shed further light.
Yes.
So it suggests that at least at a superficial level, established an alleged criminal misconduct, the procurement, flouting of procurement processes and or manipulation of such processes and other relevant factors.
But in paragraph 3, she says, in support of initiating a criminal investigation into the alleged unlawful awarding of a tender, that's the first one that she starts with, to Medicare 2024 to provide medical health care services value 360 million.
Yes.
2, I reasonably suspect that procurement processes may have been flouted or manipulated to the undue advantage of Medicare. And then she says, I also suspect that corruption and money laundering may also have been perpetrated to the prejudice. So she does set out.
I take the point. Then let's go over leaf. It sounds much like Mr. Adams's affidavit. At 6, she states on the 14th of February 2020, and at the end of that paragraph, she also has 2020, but I think that's an error, because I think that contract was advertised in 24.
23, 24.
Yeah, I take it just a typographical error. And until told otherwise, we will perhaps make a provisional amendment. 7 then touches on her suspicion that Mr. Matala has questionable ties to members of SAPS who unlawfully assisted and favored him during the procurement process. Mr. Matala misrepresented in the bid documents that he did not know any officials. Then at 8, says, I've advised the National Commissioner General Masemula of the SAPS that he should consider terminating the contract with Medicare to save the SAPS from irreparable harm and to diminish the financial prejudice being suffered by SAPS with Medicare on or about the 15th of May 2025. By that time, SAPS had suffered prejudice of approximately 50 million, and concludes at 9, nobody has the right to defraud and commit crimes against the SAPS, and I therefore report this matter to IDEC to conduct the criminal investigation. So what we can deduce from this affidavit is at least the Section 27 is referral affidavit is filed after the contract was terminated. It, in essence, alleges, or at least expresses her suspicions that it was unlawfully awarded, that the beneficiary, Mr. Matala, has questionable ties to certain members of SAPS who unlawfully assisted and favored him during the procurement process. And that, you know, they could, some members could have, I guess the procurement process could have been colluding with Mr. Matala. That's at paragraph 7. This is June 2025. We are back to section 27. We are back to there not being any grounds. We are back to the deficiencies that we have discussed. On your reading of this referral affidavit, was it sufficient to authorize an investigation?
Maybe before you answer that, let me ask the question. In 5, the general refers to an internal audit report. Has that been received or sought by ADAC as part of its investigation?
Yes,
And you have that?
we have that.
Okay. All right. You can answer, Mr.
So, based on the reasonable suspicion, I think there's enough that makes out the reasonable suspicion.
What makes out basis for reasonable suspicion?
In terms of what is set out, and this, where I did not quibble counsel with the 27 as it was in Adams, this is more substantial. I know it's a difference of opinion, but I'm saying this is more substantial. She does allude to the alleged unlawful awarding
As you said, you remember that the unlawful awarding, that's a conclusion of fact. And that fact must be premised on a certain grounds.
yes, which is now not going to add in the 27. The unlawful awarding of a tender to Medicare to provide medical health care services for a period of 3 years. So she says the tender one is unlawful.
I would expect you during the course of that exercise to at least tell me where in this affidavit she states the basis for that conclusion.
I reasonably suspect at 4 that procurement processes may have been flouted.
Okay, which then invites me to say on what basis does she suspect, reasonable or otherwise? Where in the affidavit does it tell you that?
I reasonably suspect that the procurement processes may have been flouted or manipulated to the undue advantage of Tswane Medicare 24 and its sole director, Vusimuzi Matlala. I also suspect that corruption and money laundering may have been perpetrated to the prejudice.
Again, we are in the realm of suspicions.
Yes.
On
she's
what
still in the
basis
realm.
is the suspicion based?
From my reading, when you look at paragraph 5,
Let me explain. I'm not saying she's not correct. I'm not. I'm looking at this document from IDEC's perspective. When somebody tells you of all the suspicions they have in the world, to entitle IDEC to do something about it, to act, when an affidavit purports to be a Section 27. So she could very well be correct in everything she's got here, but it's a question of whether the disclosures were sufficient to trigger an IDEC investigation within the contemplation of Section 27.
and I'm saying that if you look then, Council, further at paragraph 5, the comprehensive internal audit report is currently being compiled, which will shed further light on the alleged criminal misconduct, the procurement processes she refers to above, which were flouted and or manipulated, and other relevant aspects. The said report will be made available to IDEC in support of conducting criminal investigations into the allegations. So she lays the basis for these within the comprehensive internal audit report, which is going to be making available. Sorry, Chair.
Advocate Johnson, you remember the debate we engaged in, I think it was the very first day of your testimony, and we engaged you on factual conclusions
Yes.
and on facts that support or undergird those factual conclusions. You remember that?
I do remember, Chair.
Yes. I don't quite see why what you've just read now are not factual conclusions. And what Ms. Silo is engaging you on is tell us the facts that support those conclusions. That's the substance of the question. Unless you are saying what we see here is not the same or similar to what we engaged you on your first day of testimony. I will tell you outright that I see these as factual conclusions as well. And the reference to reports that perhaps may better inform the conclusions, reports that are yet to come, cannot cure the deficiency.
I understand.
Do you agree?
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, staying with paragraph 5, we know that she tells us that the internal report was being compiled at the time she prepared this affidavit. Was IDEC ever finished with such? And if so, when?
I will find out. I'll find out this afternoon still.
And as you find out, please check and confirm that it definitely was not earlier than the 25th of June 2026. On my record, that was furnished to IDEC in June 2026, the latter part of June. And if I am correct in my understanding and accepting, as you have, the deficiencies that beset this particular affidavit, then once again, the challenge is the basis for initiating the investigation in the first place. And I think, if memory serves me well, by June 2026, there had been arrests. We're in July 26?
Yeah, I think, was it not before?
There had been prosecutions, initiated arrests,
Sorry,
and summoning
I
of,
think it might be April, May?
I
Speak
put
under
a
correction.
date for you to cross-check.
Yes.
My record would seem to suggest June 26. And I'm saying by
No,
then.
They appeared again in June, if I'm not mistaken. But
No,
I think the first appearance was
I stick to my date that audit report was made available to IDEC no earlier than June 2026.
Okay.
Now, if that report was intended to shore up this Section 27, then I would have expected investigations to stop or not be initiated pending receipt of the report, the audit report, because that would tell you, give you some facts to determine whether or not your mandate is met. But based on what we know has happened, it sounds like, it would appear like, and that's how it appears, I'm happy to be corrected. Upon receipt of this particular affidavit, investigations were triggered, resulting in arrests, and I think appearances in court already. And after all that happened, then the internal audit report came in.
I will have to find out.
Assuming I'm correct in my assessment, I guess you know where I'm going with this.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, this is particularly interesting because this contract, yes, was engaged with to some extent before the commission, and that could potentially have been a source of information for IDEC. But absent a valid Section 27 affidavit, that information would have had to be held in abeyance until your own investigation is formalized and not acted upon. Now we know at least it culminated in the arrest of a couple of people, but I'm interested for the moment in the summons of General Masemola. You recall we started at page 586 of the ad hoc, where Mr. Ngola asked you
whether there is a coordinated attack by IDEC against Generals Masemola, Kumalo, and Kwanazi. And I think it was Ms. Sangoni as well asked about the investigations against Masemola and Kwanazi, and you said there was nothing at the time. This is November 2025. Just if you can go back to page 592. We looked at it earlier, midway that page. In, if my timing is correct, this is November 25.
May I just quickly,
Yes.
Find out whether Mr. Michaels shared what he just gave to us with Mr. Bodlani and his team, please? Thank you. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
It's a different issue. It will come to you, Advocate Johnson, in a short while. If we could turn our attention to page 5992.
In fact, with Advocate Johnson as well, please, if there's a
Yes.
copy to spare.
Where is that? We'll turn our attention to that in a moment, Advocate Johnson. It's the exercise that
That the chair had asked, yes.
had asked us
I will
to
be
do.
coming back to you with my questions on that. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to wrap up this issue. So now you are at the ad hoc in November 2025. You are specifically asked whether there are investigations into General Masemola and General Mukwanazi, and you said, apart from those inherited matters from IPID, there are none. One of two things, you might be correct that there were no investigations into both, insofar as the Matlala contract is concerned. Regard being had to the fact that you received the affidavit in June, or you might have misled ad hoc when you at least claim that General Masemola is not under investigation for anything. Because for you to have been correct, it would mean General Masemola's, I'll take it, involvement in the corruption relating to the contract came to the fore, insofar as IDEC is concerned, only after November 2025. Would that thinking be correct?
At the time when I was at ad hoc, he was not the subject of the investigation.
That's a fact, okay.
That's a fact.
All right.
And
So-
it is much, much later on in the investigation that it came to my attention that he is now a subject of the investigation.
And that would definitely not have been on the strength of the internal audit report, because on my contention, that audit report was availed to IDEC in June 2026, and by then they'd been charged already. So there's another basis on which IDEC relied to impugn wrongdoing on his part and I'll accept after November 2025.
Correct.
That's a summary, okay. Chair, before we go forward and deal then with some detail as regards this, perhaps the chair would like us to deal with the issue of the PKTT and the disbandment or purported disbandment, whatever the correct legal position is, of the PKTT. The chair had requested that we scan the landscape and try and determine the extent to which this matter was addressed in the public domain and in newspapers. And we are indebted to our head of communications, Mr. Jeremy Michaels, who undertook this massive task for us. You have before you, Chair, a summary prepared by Mr. Michaels on this question. And Chair, I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sello. You signed the summons we were debating, the summons which at paragraph 6 of annexure, is it annexure B? Yes.
Yes.
Refers to the PKTT. And when you were engaged on this, you suggested that you would have to, or rather people who would have to answer to this were those that made the recommendation that related to this part of annexure B. And this was on the basis, as I understood you, that you were not quite sure of the issue that related to the PKTT. Am I correct in my summary thus far?
You are correct, Chair.
I specifically asked you whether, if you were aware that there was an issue around the PKTT and its disbandment, you would not have been alert in your mind and raised specific issues with regard to this paragraph 6. And you said you would. I also asked you about whether, if this was publicized, the issue of the purported disbandment or disbandment of the PKTT, if it was out there, whether you would have been aware of that. And you said you would have been. And I even said to you, I hope that your escape route will not be that, oh, it was only publicized by such and such a media house, I don't go there at all.
No.
And you said, I read all media.
Correct.
Now, let us have a look at what you have just been given. There it opens with, there were numerous articles in broadcast, electronic, print, online. I'm not sure what the difference is between electronic and print. I'm not a media specialist. Regarding the disbandment of the PKTT. And this goes further and says that there were even social media posts on the subject. And the period is from 1 January 2025, the 1st of January being the very first day after Minister Mkunu's late night letter of the 31st of December 2024. And this goes on and says the wide coverage covers the period up to 15 April 2025. You see that?
I see that, Chair.
Would you say that what's been captured in this document is perhaps inaccurate, or would you accept that it must be accurate?
I would have to accept that it is accurate.
Now, you said that you do follow media publications, so you must have seen publications around the disbandment of the PKTT, correct?
Correct, Chair.
And you would also have seen that it was a controversial subject, correct?
It was, yes.
It was. Now, this takes me back to my question about paragraph 6 of annexure B. Why is it? Because you suggested this morning that no alarm bells rang in your mind about paragraph 6. Why is that so? If there was such wide coverage of this subject, a controversial subject, why did alarm bells not ring in your mind? And why would you, in those circumstances, not have asked, but what's this got to do with the PKTT? The investigations that we are embarking upon as IDEC, what have those got to do with the PKTT? Why was your mind not put on an inquiry in that regard?
I do not dispute the information, and I do not dispute that I should have asked questions. I don't know what questions I asked, if any. And so I take it that, Chair, I signed it as I signed it.
This morning, you can't get off that easily, Advocate Johnson. This morning, you basically suggested that you were not really aware that, as at the time you signed this summons, you were aware that there was any issue about the PKTT.
Correct.
And also that not only that, but that the issue raised some controversy, correct?
Correct.
Now, as someone who follows the media, and with such wide coverage, and with you now accepting that you would have seen this, I want to understand why no alarm bells rang in your mind with regard to this issue. A very crucial issue affecting the criminal justice system. Why is that so? Or why was that so as at the time you signed the summons? It cannot be enough to just say you just signed. That's not enough.
No,
Why did you sign on something that's controversial or that was controversial at the time? Why did you just go ahead and sign?
It is one of two things, and it's not an excuse, Chair. Either I engaged and was engaged with Mr. Perumal and was satisfied with whatever answer I got. However, it comes back to what I said. I was unaware of a PKTT investigation, and so I should have asked deeper questions. I cannot tell you why I didn't ask deeper questions.
Exactly continue,
Sorry.
continue.
And what I'm saying is I'm not looking for an excuse for, I'm saying, should I have? I appreciate that I should have, and that I didn't ask deeper questions, and I did sign it. I cannot get away from the fact that I did sign it.
It's crucial that you say you were not aware of a PKTT investigation. And this was an issue that was topical, and not only topical, but also controversial, you've accepted. So you are not aware of a PKTT investigation as at the time, but you go ahead and you sign. That's very difficult to understand.
And
unless there's something you are not telling us.
not at all, Chair. And when you look at the sign, that document talks to, I think it talks to,
Three.
when we look at the top, Chair, paragraph 1 talks to the deviation of appointment of Lieutenant General Commando. And when I looked at paragraph 6 during one of the breaks, the original, the original documentary files and applications for promotions of the commanders and members of the political killings task team through deviation. They tied in to the deviation process. But that doesn't take away, again, Chair,
It
doesn't take away from the fact.
It doesn't address what I'm raising with you, which is at paragraph 6 of Annexure B. That simply does not answer the question. Does it?
I dealt with it as the deviation, but I'm coming back to what Chair is asking.
Yes,
I don't have.
I'm asking you about paragraph 6 of Annexure B. What you just read now does not address that.
I understand.
That has nothing to do with deviations which you've just referred to. This is about inquiring into promotions of the commanders and members of the PKTT. So the entire body of the PKTT, that has nothing to do with the deviations you've just referred to. So you've not answered my question.
Chair, I can't take it further than the answer I gave. I should have asked more. I don't have a sinister reason for not having asked more. I didn't ask more.
All right.
Whatever the discussion we may have had, I accept your point that I should have asked more, so why didn't I? And I don't have an answer for why I didn't ask more, or why I don't have a better explanation. I can take it only so far.
Yes. Let me.
I want to suggest, as you continue with the chair, that another possibility is you knew what this was about. And you knew exactly why the PKTT is in that paragraph 6. That's another possibility. Sorry, Chair.
No, it's okay. That's exactly why I even asked, isn't there something you're not telling us?
Not at all, Chair.
But can you answer the question raised by Commissioner Baloyi directly? You heard it.
She'll repeat for me. May, please repeat.
Yes, I was saying, well, the other possibility is you knew and understood why the PKTT was in that paragraph 6, or why that paragraph 6 was in there.
It's simply inexplicable. It is simply inexplicable that you would not have addressed this. Not when you accept that this was not only topical, but it was also controversial. So alarm bells should have rung in your head that you did nothing. What that tells us, subject to your response, is you must have known what was going on, or not?
Chair, I can't take it any further. I accept your point.
You accept that
I accept your point because
that you knew what was going
I
on.
must have known because there's nothing else I have to gainsay it. I followed your logic.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is, in the absence of something to gainsay it, I'm going to be talking in circles and rambling on at this part of the afternoon, which none of us want.
If you knew it and it had nothing to do with what was being investigated, you've said in so many ways that the PKTD was not being investigated. So if you knew, why did you sign this when it included something about the PKTT which was not being investigated? If, as you say, you knew about it. Or at best for you, you must have known about it.
At best, I must have.
So why did you sign it? You know that the PKTT is not being investigated and you accept that you must have known. Why would you have signed this? Why did you not cross out number 6 of Annexure B?
I know it may not make sense, Chair, but I followed the line of what they were asking. And for me, it went back to promotions of the commanders and members through deviation, because we were dealing with deviation right from the top, and we were dealing with appointments.
That's still, finish.
Sorry, that is how it followed for me. I accept it may not make sense to anybody else, but I followed that sequence of appointments, deviations. There are allegations that there are promotions of the commanders through deviation. We were talking about promotion of an appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo by deviation. So it made sense in that regard. But what the questions were that I asked,
That reasoning simply does not make sense, because 6 is about the entire complement of the PKTT. you would have to be suggesting that you thought the deviation applied throughout the entire complement of PKTT, which simply does not make sense. You could not have believed that at the time. So your answer is a non-answer, Advocate Johnson.
Chair, I agreed with you, and I'm sticking to that agreement.
You agree even with the last proposition?
I agree with your last proposal. I can't come up with something different in my head at the
Yes.
moment. This happened early last year, early
Yes.
last year.
Yes.
I have no other recollection or something to trigger my mind. I did think that by talking to Mr. Perumal, it might have triggered my mind. I'm not saying I would have come with a better answer, but that is the answer I have to
The problem,
make peace with.
the problem, just to add with a deviation point, is that as you read it, it's person-specific. That's number one. Number two, when you look at number 6, it's
Quite wide.
Not just wide; it covers the the entire spectrum. It refers to all PKTT members, from commanders all the way down to the most junior. It covers so for that reason, you just cannot rely on the point about deviation.
I accept the chair's
Yeah.
proposal.
Now let me make a different point. Having seen what we showed you now about publications, and with you having said you do follow the media, I want to suggest to you that you were not truthful when you suggested that you were not really aware of any issues around the PKTT which would have caused alarm bells to ring in your mind. That is why we went into this exercise of finding the extent to which the issue of the disbandment of the PKTT was publicized. So for you to have even suggested that, no, alarm bells could not have rung in my head, to have suggested that when in fact it was publicized as widely as it appears to have been, you were not being truthful this morning.
No, Chair. The alarm bells not going on does not take away the fact that I may have seen some, if not all of this. There were no alarm bells for me and for IDEC. This had been it was a police matter at the time that it was being canvassed. We were not working with the PKTT at the time. I have colleagues in KZN who work with them. But the alarm bells didn't have to go on because it wasn't within our space and it didn't affect any of the work that we were doing. So, of course, there's a lot of discussions, Chair, some unpleasant, and there was a lot of toing and froing between the police and the police ministry and the provincial head for KZN. That was alive and clear, but it didn't raise alarm bells for IDEC at the time.
It should have, exactly because this was topical, this was controversial, and you say, as at the time you signed the summons, you knew that there were no investigations against the PKTT. So your mind should have said, hey, this thing is so topical. What's being said here about the PKTT? It's in that sense that I'm raising this with you, and I'm suggesting that you were not truthful this morning.
No, Chair, I stand by what I say about it didn't raise alarm bells for me. I appreciate your point, however, that it should have. I didn't misconstrue anything I said. I appreciate the different view, and I accept your different view, but it didn't raise alarm bells at the time.
I must just conclude this by saying I find it strange that it didn't, as you suggest, it did not.
And I take note of you, Chair.
And subject to our further weighing up of the evidence, let me outright say that I find it hard to believe what you are saying in this regard. Your comment?
It's up to the chair and the commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Advocate Johnson, I need to take you back to the two main questions that were posed to you in the summons. And you answered them in paragraphs 8 to 10 of your supplementary statement dated 10 July 2026. And question 2.1 was about whether IDAC has acted within its mandate. And you said IDAC operates strictly within its mandate, and you set out what the mandate is. And then in paragraph 10, are you there?
Sorry, Chair.
It's page 4 of your supplementary statement. Are you there?
I'm at
Yes,
page
so
4.
paragraphs 8 to 10, you were responding to question 2.1 in the summons. So paragraph 8, IDAC strictly operates within its mandate, and then paragraph 10, IDAC has not dealt with matters outside of its mandate. Now, do you stand by those paragraphs in light of the discussion you have had with Chair and Commissioner Baloyi? And in light of what we have discussed for most of the day, the various cases that IDAC has dealt with, at least in the last 2-3 years.
I stand by paragraph 9 because it deals with the commissions.
No, that one is
That
clear.
is fine.
That one is clear. 8 and 10.
Item 10.
Can you still say, after all we've discussed, that IDAC has not dealt with matters outside of its mandate? Can you still say that?
No, Chair.
Can we
Chair, before
yes.
we break perhaps for a
yes.
short breather and to determine how far we take it today, may I just finalize in one issue with the witness,
Right.
which is relevant to, to the discussion that the chair...
When we take that adjournment, if between you and Mr. Bodlani, you could have a discussion and then come to us outside, just
Indeed.
indicate how long you think will still be.
Indeed, Chair,
Thank
shall
you.
do so. Advocate Johnson, I would like to take us back to the little note that our head of communications, Mr. Michaels, assisted us with on the issues raised with you by the chair. And if we look at the bullet items, these are the various publications on the matter that the chair has engaged you on, starting from the 2nd of January to the 22nd of January. Now, that's about a period of a month, a few days shy of a month. And you're suggesting you never saw any of these articles regarding the disbandment of the PKTT.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, correct me, please.
Sorry, I did say I have read about the PKTT. May not have been necessarily all of these, but it was clear out in the media that there was an issue with the PKTT, there was an issue with the minister, there was an issue between the minister and SAP's counterparts about the disbanding or potential disbanding of, that's the summary of which I'm very aware was being played out at the time.
Now, by SAP's counterparts, you mean strictly within the SAP's
Within
environment?
the SAPs,
Okay.
yes.
Between the 31st of December, when the minister issued his letter, until April 2025, did you ever have opportunity to meet with the minister and discuss these matters?
Of the PKTT?
including PKTT?
No.
Did
Not
you meet with the minister in that period, and if so, for what purpose?
My
Sorry,
sorry.
just be clear which minister.
Oh, Minister, it's not former. Minister Mkunu, for avoidance of doubt. Minister Mkunu, I mean.
I cannot remember when, but Minister Mkunu called myself and the head of the DPCI to a meeting. And there was a matter that he wanted to raise. It had nothing to do with the PKTT. In that meeting, I informed the minister that unfortunately I report to the Minister of Justice, and that this matter, if it had to be dealt with, can it please be dealt with by General Labia? And then I asked if I could be excused, and they carried on with the matter.
Was that the meeting of the 21st of January 2025?
I honestly can't remember the dates.
Now, you have to at least give January 25, February. Remember, I used the articles as a pointer, and the point at which PKTT was disbanded. Now, I want to know when you met with the minister after the disbandment of the PKTT. And I'm asking you whether it was on the 21st of January 2025. If you can't exactly recall, you can't suggest that it might have been in September. No.
No.
Maybe not 21st, in January 25. I'll land it there.
What I'm saying is I can't dispute your date because I can't recall the date.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is who was at the meeting, that the meeting was about some other criminal allegation. I then indicated I'm unable to deal with it, and IDEC resorts under the Minister of Justice, and I left General Labia with the minister to deal with the matter and to finish it up. Later, General Labia did indicate that DPCI will deal with the matter.
And in that meeting, I attached the date of the 21st of January. Is it your testimony to this commission that the issue of PKTT neither arose nor was discussed, whether in detail or otherwise?
Not in my presence.
Not in your presence?
I wasn't there for long.
So should a witness come before the commission to state otherwise, what would your view be? Are they misleading the commission?
Yes, I can't remember discussing the PKTT with the minister.
No, you would know definitively whether or not you did, regard being heard to your response, that the matter that the minister wanted to discuss with you concerned mainly the DPCI, and because you report to the Minister of Justice, you then excused yourself.
Yes.
So knowing precisely what the meeting was about and circumstances under which you left the meeting, you ought to know whether or not you discussed the issue of the PKTT with the minister. If you are still unsure, then that suggests you may potentially have discussed the matter with the minister, but on a different date, which then would invite me to ask you on which date then did you have a meeting to discuss, amongst other things, the PKTT with the minister?
I recall having one meeting with the minister and his chief of staff, and then there was that second meeting that I had with General Labia. The first meeting that I had, from my recollection, the minister wanted to meet and greet, and he talked to me about IDEC. I can't remember that date. I'll have to check that date. But I can't recall talking to him about the PKTT.
Did you?
And if somebody says I did and they were there in that meeting, then they'd have to refresh my memory.
Okay. Did you discuss Medicare, the Medicare contract?
No.
That too did not feature
not
on
at
your
all.
agenda?
No.
Okay.
Because I only met him with General Labia. And afterwards, I did indicate to the National Director that she must kindly advise the Minister of Police that he is not allowed to summon me to any meetings. The only minister who's allowed to summon me to a meeting would have to be the Minister of Justice.
So in your meeting with the Minister of Police and Mr. Nkabinde, what was the topic of discussion on the day? Before you told him to never summon you again?
I recall that as a meet and greet. He wanted to know what we do at IDEC. And I know it can't only, I know I talk a lot, but it can't have been only me doing the talking. I can't recall what all topics we discussed, and that is why I'm saying if someone else was there and they could refresh my memory, I would know what I, in all likelihood, spoke about. I can't remember them off the top of my head.
I can
Honestly,
accept if you
Counsel.
don't recall all topics.
Yes.
But I find it difficult to accept that you recall no topic, zero. At least the weather, just been Christmas or Christmas was upcoming, something.
No, I said we discussed IDEC.
Yes,
He wanted to know about IDEC, how we work, how we operate.
that's all you recall of that meeting.
And I recall that is what we talked about. I think we did talk about IDEC's relationship very briefly with the police, and I said we all got along together with the DPCI.
So to try and help us perhaps get a timeline, if memory serves me well, the minister took office around June, July 2024. You recall?
I'm not
Just
sure.
after the elections were in 24. So I think he assumed office June, July. When do you think would have been your meet and greet meeting? Using that June, July as his date of assumption of office.
I'm guessing, and so if I'm wrong,
Yes.
please don't hold me to it. Could have been October, November.
October. Do you have your diary with you that perhaps you might cast your
I'd have
eye
to
on
check.
and it help us?
No, I'd have to check in my electronic diary, yes.
Okay.
Can I just ask this
Yes.
meeting where you say he wanted to discuss a criminal matter, was that a matter that you are already seized with, or he wanted to lay a complaint? Is that?
He wanted to, it was nothing to do with IDEC. It wasn't even a matter within IDEC. And I think he was trying to figure out whether this matter, this referral, however he was going to do it, must go to IDEC or to the DPCI. And within probably 10 minutes of the way the matter was introduced, I was able to say, apologies, this doesn't fall within the mandate of IDEC, and that Libya, if you don't mind, you stay, and I'm going to leave, and I had left.
And the meeting obviously would have had to have been after the meet and greet, where the minister asked about IDEC, and you had already told him about how IDEC works and its mandate.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps this might be an opportune time to consider a short break. I'll have an engagement with Mr. Bodlani.
How long or short it is will depend on the two of you. We'll hear from you. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
1, 2. Good afternoon again. We said we would resume at 16:30. It's 16:29. We're ready. Please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Law,
thank you,
perhaps
Chair.
start by
Indicating-
placing on record what was agreed with regard to
Indeed,
this
Chair.
afternoon's session.
Advocate Botani and I have conferred, and we have had a discussion as well with the witness to test for capacity for the rest of the day. And I think the general consensus is we think we can take it to 5:30, and beyond that, capacity on all sides is at an all-time low. So we request that we see how far we can take it to 5:30. When we get there and we have to roll over to tomorrow, we probably will need maximum up to tea time. That's the current plan.
Mr. Bodlani, thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Law.
Chair, may I confer with the witness? We may have spoken past each other with Ms. Sello. I understood that 1.5 hours to be her maximum time, not that the witness is not available beyond that, or that she would not make means to be available beyond 5:30. That is Ms. Sello.
Perhaps while we sit here, Mr. Bodlani can confer with the witness.
Please,
The witness will let him know.
please. Thank you for that indulgence, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ms. Johnson is able to proceed today until 6 p.m. And therefore, the request I would extend to Ms. Silo's team and the commissioners is that we go until 6, at least today. And then if they are not finished with their questions, she would come back tomorrow based on the undertaking given by Ms. Silo, that at least until tea time tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodlani. I'm just wondering whether, based on the up to tea of tomorrow, it seems to me that we won't be finished by 6 p.m. today. So I wonder why we would want to insist on sitting until 6 if we'll still have to sit for us.
I'm not rigid on that suggestion, Chair. I'm just putting it across because that's
No,
what
no,
was
no.
communicated.
I know you're conveying
Yes.
Yes. I hope Mr. Bodlani will not fight with me for.
Certainly not.
Yes. No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Mr. Bodlani,
Advocate
may I?
Johnson. Yes.
I appreciate everyone's tired. I'm not the exception to the rule.
Yes.
So if we can agree on the following, we run for the hour till 5:30.
Yes.
But may I please then ask, we have to finish by tomorrow tea time. I really want us to be done by tomorrow tea time. Lest I get an eviction notice.
Yeah.
From-
Yeah,
But and I know the council is trying to be as accommodating as she can.
Yes. Let's go until 5:30, and hopefully let's be done by tea tomorrow.
Thank you.
As experienced counsel, you, you know what happens with the proceedings of this nature. So I can put it no higher than let's hope we are done by tea time tomorrow.
I'll hold on to that hope. Thank you.
But underline that it's not an undertaking that we will be done. Let's hope we will be. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Advocate
sir.
Johnson. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lula.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming to my rescue. That I'm not in a position to make an undertaking that will finish at tea, because how long we take is in part informed by the level of engagement by the commissioners, so it's slightly beyond my control as well.
I know that we always get blamed for. Thank you, Mr. Lula.
Thank you, Chair. Before we left the topic we're dealing with to deal with the issues that had arisen before lunch regarding the publications relating to the disbandment of the PKTT. So I would like us to go back to where we were before you had that engagement with the commissioners. And for this purpose, I just discovered something. The summons at 3361, if you could have a quick look at that. File 9, we're still at file 9. The copy on the screen is redacted, but the copy in your file is not. That is the summons, the section 28 you signed, requesting documents pertaining to General Kumalo's appointment and the documentary files of promotions of commanders and members of the political killings task team. We just dealt with that. At the top of that page, the investigation reference number, like I say, it's redacted on the screen, but you can see it. We understand that to be the investigation prompted by Mr. Matala's Section 27 referral.
That should be, sorry.
Yeah, I'll do that again. Mr. Adams, it's because we're dealing with the issue of Mr. Matala's contract. I apologize. That's the investigation prompted by Mr. Adams' Section 27 referral.
That should be correct, yes.
Then when I cast my eye on the other one that was issued by Mr. Manilal and Mr. Padiachi at 3527, same file. We wondered which in 3527, we wondered which investigation this particular summons related to. This is that summons that wanted details of all members of PKTT who were involved in the arrest of Mr. Adams. And I note once again at the top there, it gives us an investigation reference number, the Brooklyn case, CAS 542/06/2025. We know that is the CAS number for the Mukwele matter.
That is correct.
Which is confounding because what does the arrest of Mr. Adams have to do, by PKTT, have to do with the Mukwele criminal matter that was already enrolled and in court? Why would a summons be issued in terms of that particular docket?
I cannot assist you.
Okay. I thought I should just point out that the
Yes.
question had been, what investigation is this? But the face of the summons would suggest that it's not an independent investigation. It's actually an enrolled case, criminal case. So it would suggest to me, at least, that there's a propensity within IDEC to issue this Section 28 perhaps unauthorized by the ID, and use any case number or reference number, whether or not what is sought in terms of those summons relates to the particular case. I don't know if this is the one occasion it happened, or that's how, there are a few of these.
That is not the practice. So this
As
would
far
have
as
to-
you are aware.
As far as I'm aware. Every case gets a reference number, and every matter works off that reference number for the purposes of issuing subpoenas and summons, which they then keep in a register. There's a sequence of numbers that follows, and it is the project managers who are in charge of those numbers. And so if you want to issue a summons, and you forgot as an investigator or prosecutor what the reference number is, you always revert to the project manager to get a reference number, because you have to use the correct reference for the...
That would suggest that it happened for the first time in May 2026. And I dare say that you don't have a basis for that, because you say you do not know whether other Section 28 summonses were issued in similar vein.
That is correct.
Okay, now I want us to go, you remember we're dealing with the referral by Major General Matou, that's at file 9, page 3519. We had established what I call the deficiencies in that referral affidavit. I had suggested to you that the comprehensive internal audit report referenced in paragraph 5 was only availed to IDEC in June 2026. You recall that?
I recall that.
And we know by June 2026, the arrests have been effected and the case, a criminal case instituted and enrolled. Now, if we stay with that affidavit, it suggests an unlawful awarding of a tender. It suggests flouting or manipulation of procurement processes at 4. It suggests questionable ties between members of SAPS and Mr. Matlala, which members then assisted and favored him and his company. And at 9, it concludes, nobody has the right to defraud and commit crimes against SAPS, and I therefore report this matter to the IDEC to conduct the criminal investigation. So I take the crime includes defrauding SAPS. That's the sum total of what the affidavit tells us.
Yes.
Now, if we flip forward, attached at page 3522 is the actual charge sheet, and for this purpose, I would like to confine myself to General Masemola's charge sheet. And remember our conversation at page 3524 in particular, our conversation stems from an engagement you had at ad hoc regarding what was considered, regarding a particular narrative that IDEC was participating in a well-coordinated attack against General Mkhwanazi, Masemola, and Khumalo. In light of the allegations, incomplete as they are, and the Section 27 referral, this charge sheet is dated, if you look at 3526. I think this is when it was served. It's dated 26/03/2026 at the bottom. There's that date. It states that the summons was duly served and explained to General Masemola on Wednesday, the 25th of March 2026 at 11:50 at SAPS College, Pretoria. By manuscript, you see that.
Yes.
Then let's start at 3524. I'm looking at the charges. Count 1 It invokes the PFMA, Public Finance Management Act, Act 1 of 1999, and in particular Section 38, Sub 1, Sub C, Roman 2. And it's summarized there, and alleges that General Masemula failed to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure and losses resulting from criminal conduct regarding the tender. My reading of that charge is a failure on his part to take steps to avoid unauthorized and irregular expenditure resulting from criminal conduct. It does not suggest that he is complicit in the criminal conduct that led to the irregular expenditure. Am I correct?
That is
My
correct,
reading-
in that count, yes.
It's fair. At count 2, it states that in the period between 8 May 24 and 31st May 25, I'll skip a few lines. General Masemula was grossly negligent and that he failed to comply with the PFMA, in particular Section 38, Sub 1, Sub D, in that he failed to manage contractual liabilities of the subs by failing to stop the acceptance of orders from Medicare 24. So that particular count seems to suggest that there were certain liabilities borne by subs flowing from a contract,
Correct.
and that he is said to have been grossly negligent in failing to comply with the Act to manage those liabilities. Of course, the failure resulting in the payment of invoices issued to subs by Medicare 24. Count 3 states that during the same period, 8th May 24 to 31st May 25, once again he was grossly negligent, and in particular breaching the provisions of Section 38 1E, in that he failed to ensure that Medicare 24 Tswane was properly screened and tax compliant. Do you see where I'm reading?
I do.
Then count 4, between 8 May 24 and the 17th March 25, this time the end date is different, he was negligent in that he failed to comply with the PFMA, to wit Section 38, Sub 1H, Roman 1, Roman 2, and Roman 3, in that he failed to comply with the duty to take effective and appropriate disciplinary steps against officials in the SAPS within the divisions, SCM, and other divisions of subs who were involved in the unlawful procurement of services advertised. This is in respect of this contract that was awarded. So I understand that to be his failure to take disciplinary steps against officials who the charge sheet suggests were involved in unlawful procurement, not that he was involved in unlawful procurement. And that's the totality of the charges. Now, when I try to marry these charges to the original Section 27 referral, which, as I said, in the main speaks of the unlawful awarding of that contract, that doesn't seem to be reflected in the charge sheet. Do you read it the same way?
Yes, I think, however, if I may, it cannot be read in isolation like this.
Yes.
We had the Section 27 as investigations that have taken place over a period of time. General Masemula is identified as a person of interest much later on in the investigation. So there would have been a lot more at the disposal of the team in order for them to then adjudicate as to whether or not his conduct was criminal, and if so, what criminality. We cannot draw it only to the 27 because investigations happened. A lot of investigations happened. And it is much later, which goes to show that it's not just about a lot of work. There were lots of things to check, to cross-check, to verify, before you arrive at the conclusion that there is this person that might have a case to answer. And so I'm saying that regard would have been had to more than just the 27. At the time, a decision is made about General Masemola.
The point, there are 2 points I seek to make. As at March 2026, IDEC did not have that internal audit report. So whatever benefit that report provided, IDEC only acquired in June after the charges were laid. So what I currently have is to marry the charges to the original complaint, and the little exercise I have just undertaken was to see whether or not the charges are in any manner supported by the claims made in the referral affidavit with all its limitations. And I don't know if you can make the link. Because what you suggest is if there is no link between the two, it so happens that in the course of investigations, they found other issues that they decided unrelated to the allegations made in the Section 24 referral. They happened across other matters, all of which reflect gross negligence gross negligence on his part for failing to comply with the provisions of Section 38, the specific provisions. And the question would be, the next question, of course, I'm trying to locate the crime to bring the non-compliance with the provisions of Section 38 within the scope of the Criminal Procedure Act. And I thought that you might be able to cast some light.
No, I hear you, counsel, but in the absence of anything else in here, I'm unable to reconcile with that argument. I stand by, there would have been much more evidence. I also will check now this evening about when that audit report, and you say the audit report came in, according to you, it was 26 June.
It would not have come earlier than 26th of June, 2026.
Not earlier. So I will have to confirm that as well. But I'm saying short of, whilst there's only this that is in here, we have to look at the totality of the case and at what they had at the time they made the decision. And I'm unable to tell you that they made a wrong decision because I'm
Absolutely.
not aware of the evidence.
I did this little exercise to see whether there might be validity to the narrative that ad hoc sought to engage you on, that IDEX appears to be specifically targeting these three generals. And in the absence of a bridge between the Section 27 referral and the eventual charge sheet, I would suggest to you that that could potentially lend credence to that narrative. Would you agree?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yes, please come.
Can I just ask? I mean, we always have to go back to your mandate. You don't have a self-standing mandate or jurisdiction to prosecute non-compliance with Public Finance Management Act. You don't. It always comes back to your mandate, and your mandate is in 7.1a. Can you look at 7.1a and say to us where this investigation and prosecution of General Masemola for PFMA non-compliance, where it is located? keeping in mind the discussion on day 1 and day 2 of your testimony about how you read that 71A.
Yes. So, Commissioner Baloy, we look at 7(1)A and we look at sub A, relating to serious, high-profile or complex corruption, commercial or financial crime cases.
Yes.
And that is where it fell.
So
And-
what about
Sorry.
the failure to discipline? Remember, you've got 4 counts. So what about the failure to discipline employees? Remember, you're not accusing him of corruption.
Correct.
And you're not accusing him of collusion in the conduct of the other accused in the matter. So what in 1 capital A sub A, in fact, the discipline, count 4, which is about disciplining employees, how does it fall into that provision? And I use it as an example.
Just go back there and see what it is. Sorry, Council, I'm not trying to kill the,
No.
to kill the hour.
No.
I just have to find.
I think even if you tried, we have tomorrow morning.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloy, you referred to the charge.
If you look at count 4,
Count 4. Sorry,
yeah, and
yes.
count 4 is about failure to discipline employees. You are charging him under that section 38,
public
1H, 1, 2, sub 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
All of them relate to failure to discipline.
Yes.
So my question is, just looking at that 1 count, surely it doesn't have anything to do with 1AA if you are not accusing him of corruption.
So if I'm following the reasoning, you're taking the case as not 1 case, but what charges he's facing.
Because-
Just so that I understand.
Yeah, because my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is much as he has been joined to the case against the other 7 or 8, much as he has joined them, his is in fact a standalone because he's not accused of corruption. The others, it is corruption, as I understand. Him, it's purely a statutory infringement because that statute makes certain conduct an offense. But that offense, that conduct in this case, it's not corruption. Your charge sheet on all counts, no way does it implicate him in the conduct of the others, and it doesn't implicate him specifically in corruption, which I would understand because how it would have triggered your 1A. So it's standalone statutory offenses. And we have to deal with them as standalone because that's how you have chosen to charge him. The fact that he appears incomprehensibly, in my view, I must say, that he's appearing with people who are accused of corruption, including Mr. Matala and the boss of Medicare 24, notwithstanding that, which I don't understand, it doesn't make him, at least in my view, it doesn't make his charges to be part of the grander scheme.
I understand the argument. I speak under correction. I think it is something he has raised with the prosecution team so that he be removed from that bigger matter and that he face his charges as he should on that
As a standalone?
as a standalone. I speak under correction, but I'll get that confirmation as well this evening.
But as I understand it, Commissioner Baloyi is asking you a different question. That different question being why General Masemula is an accused, bearing in mind the provisions of Section 7, capital letter, yes. And for that matter, we could even go back to 27, the referral. So that's the question you are being asked, not the one about joining several accused in one matter or the same proceedings. We are going to be engaging you on the latter, by the way. Yeah. Please answer Commissioner Baloyi's question then.
Commissioner Baloyi,
Yes.
I read it as follows. I can already see the chair there. Sorry. When I'm tired, I have to have a witty moment just to break my... I see that A, relating to serious, high-profile or complex corruption, which doesn't deal with him. Commercial or financial crime cases. The award of the tender falls within the commercial or financial crime cases. And then to the point that you make, Commissioner Baloyi, relating to, under paragraph C, additional related statutory offenses or categories of statutory offenses to wit under 4, the Public Finance Management Act.
Yeah. But you see, you must go back to the mandate of IDEC. I think, why was IDEC created? Otherwise, you are going to be investigating exactly what the SAPS is investigating. Then there's no difference between you and the SAPS. So we have to read it, to read your 7.1a, capital 1a, with in mind what is in fact the purpose of IDEC, why it was created. And sub A, small letter A, tells us serious, high-profile or complex corruption, commercial or financial crime cases. You surely are not saying IDEC has the jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute all and every financial crimes. You're not saying that.
No.
Yeah, you're not saying that, because the interpretation you're giving, it means all financial crimes you get to investigate. So we have to go back to, there has to be a link of corruption, it seems to me, because that's the very mandate of IDEC, and a proper reading must lead us there. And remember the sections in PFMA, they're really not concerned about whether it's a commercial crime or whether it's a financial crime. They don't even define it as that. They simply say, if you have failed to discipline, or if as a result of gross negligence you have caused a fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the other counts, so you have to stick to the letter, otherwise you're extending your powers beyond the PFMA and beyond your act. So it's not standalone, and your charge sheet is standalone. You've looked at the act, and you've said he failed to discipline his subordinates, and then we charge him. We have jurisdiction over him. That cannot be what the purpose of this. It can be.
But I think if we're reading the individual charges, I hear you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
But we mustn't lose sight of, and I'm not saying that you have, I'm saying let's go back to the counts. Count 1 says, in your capacity as the accounting officer of the South African Police Services, you unlawfully, willfully, and in a grossly negligent way fail to comply with the PFMA regulations in that you fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and or fruitless expenditure and wasteful expenditure and losses resulting from criminal conduct regarding the tender that was awarded to Medicare 24.
Yes.
So already there, we are drawing him into the realm of there was unlawful conduct, there's unlawful criminal conduct, and as the accounting officer, you have a PFMA obligation to stop that awarding.
Yes.
And
You see, I deliberately chose not to deal with, to use count 1 as an example, because you immediately run into the PFMA definitions of what is a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, what is an irregular expenditure, what is an unauthorized expenditure, and I want to suggest to you that none of that applies here by definition of PFMA. If you look, and I know it's late in the afternoon, I'm happy to come back to it tomorrow, but if you look at the definitions, right, at the definitions, whatever happened with this contract as it relates to General Masemola, there is no fruitless and wasteful expenditure that you are alleging, at least in the charge sheet. There is no unauthorized expenditure. We know definition of unauthorized expenditure. It's budgeted for, and you go to the books, you're not saying they spent money that was not budgeted for. So I chose not to use that and to take the easier example to only make the point that it is a statutory contravention, simple. That's what it is. And not to say he can't be charged with that, but the discussion is, but what does IDEC have to do with that? How does its mandate get triggered? That's my difficulty. Certainly not disciplinary action. Count 4, you could never justify it. Even if you could justify the other 3, count 4 you could never. But my view is, even the others, they do not belong under IDEC's mandate. I'll leave it there, and if you want to deal with it tomorrow after you have considered it, I'm happy for us to leave it there, if you want to consider it overnight.
Advocate Johnson, just to add to what Commissioner Baloyi as to the need, before you get to the PFMA or the other statutes itemized under paragraph C of the section, before you get there, there must be a charge or charges relating to some of the offenses listed above, for example, your corruption and so on. So Commissioner Baloyi makes that point. I will say, look at C, look at the use of additional in C, in paragraph C of the subsection. Do you see additional there?
yes,
Surely, if you want to rely on the provisions of the acts referred to under paragraph C, you must already have some other, let me loosely call them main offenses, as it were. And then the offenses under these statutes should be additional to those. Do you get the point?
I get it.
Otherwise, you would render additional in paragraph C meaningless. Do you get the point? So the question stands, but you may respond to it tomorrow. The question stands as to what the PFMA offenses you charged General Masemola with, what those PFMA offenses were additional to. Because if you are not able to show that they are additional to something, then he may well have been charged improperly. Perhaps just for clarity, let me state this. We are not engaging in this exercise to try to show that all of the people we have dealt with during this engagement with you are not guilty of the offenses charged. That's not the purpose, but it's just that in practical terms, it's very difficult to extricate getting into the offenses themselves, extricate that from what we are about, which is about IDEC's motives. Did IDEC properly exercise the powers vesting in it, or did it do so with improper motives? So it gets difficult not to get into the offenses themselves.
I understand.
So tomorrow morning when we start, please give us your own understanding of additional in paragraph C of the subsection. If you agree with us, then you must show us what the PMFMA offenses were additional to,
Yes.
for you
in
to have
terms
been
of-
able to charge under paragraph C of the subsection. Understand? We will
I do.
We will wait for the answer tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I guess then the answers tomorrow morning will dictate the extent which we deal with this matter, and I'll finalize then. I'm sticking with the narrative as ad hoc engaged you on. This is a matter that would not have come to your attention, but it has been brought to the Commission's attention. And I'm considering this matter in the context of the conversation we are having. And for that purpose, I would like to invite you to CJC 387, page 3174. 3174. I think that's my file 8,
File 8.
I'm guessing.
Yet again, I have quite a clutter in front of me.
Then I think, judging by the time, Chair, please clear everything else and just leave CJC 387. It's at 78, no? It's 387, I apologize. CJC 387, I became
Did you give us the page?
3174, file 8. You can get rid of the rest. Have you've located the page, Advocate Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this is a complaint addressed to the Commission. It's dated the 21st of July, 2026. Now, at 3174 is the cover page from the attorneys listed there, Malebia and Maleho Incorporated. And the complaint addressed to the Commission is a complaint in relation to unlawful conduct by IDEC. And this is on behalf of Sergeant F.E. Ngosi. The letter does have the standard salutary paragraph. It starts mainly at paragraph 2 and reads, our office has been mandated by Mr. Fanny Ngosi to bring to the attention of the Commission that upon or about the 13th of July 2026, a delegation comprising of 9 IDEC officials visited our client in prison, our client in this sense being Sergeant F.E. Ngosi. The purpose of the said visit was to conduct an interview with him in relation to ongoing investigations pertaining to Medicare 24 contract, and more specifically, information that they demanded from Mr. Ngosi regarding ties between Vusi Musi Matlala, National Commissioner General Masemola, and Lieutenant General Kumalo. It then sets out other facts. If you go to 3176, let's start at the bottom last line of 3175, under paragraph 4. The letter states, furthermore, we are, I guess, of the view that the conduct of IDEC not only amounts to intimidation of witnesses of the commission, but also amounts to an abuse of power. The issue regarding intimidation of witnesses of the commission is a matter for the commissioners to deal with. I'm more interested in the purpose for which IDEC paid Sergeant Ngosi a visit. If we go to page 3177, that is the affidavit of Sergeant Ngosi. I would like us to zoom in at page 3, paragraph 3. And it reads, on Monday, 2026-07-13, between 1300 and 1400, I was called out from my detention cell by the senior prison official, known to me as Mr. Matlala, that's a prison official, who informed me that there were investigators from Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, commonly known as IDEC, who wanted to interview me. I was taken to the prison boardroom where I found plus minus 9 officials who informed me that they were from IDEC. They were led by an Indian male who introduced himself as Sunil Belochan. These IDEC officials were comprised of 1 Indian female, 1 white male, 1 African male, and 6 Indian males. Those IDEC officials started to question me about the relationship between myself and Vusi Musiket Matlala and threatened to charge me with corruption for once being in possession of Vusi Musiket Matlala's FNB card. I would like us to then move to paragraph 4, where he states, and I quote, Sunil Belochan informed me that the white male was their official photographer. Sunil Belochan further asked me what I know about any corrupt relationship between Vusi Musiket Matlala, National Commissioner General Masemola, and Lieutenant General Kumalo. I told him that I knew nothing about any corrupt relationship that he was asking me, and that I only knew Vusi Musiket Matlala has close ties with Lieutenant General Sibia and Major General Khan, but he told me that he never asked me about Lieutenant General Sibia and Major General Khan. Sunil Belochan further informed me that I must not give him nonsensical explanation about Vusi Musiket Matlala's FNB bank card being left in the jet ski boat, because Vusi Musiket Matlala had already given him a clear explanation of how I got hold of this FNB bank card. Last penultimate line of that page, Sunil Belochan further informed me that the interview would continue with or without my legal representative, Mr. Katleho Maleho. I'll jump to the following page, page 3178, paragraph 5. Almost, let's say, a quarter through that paragraph. Furthermore, I would like to indicate that white male IDEC official took photos of me without my consent while I was being interviewed by Sunil Belochan. When I inquired about photos being taken, they informed me that they form part of their investigation against me. Before both Sunil Belochan and his white male colleague could leave, they informed me that they would contact my legal representatives. He concludes at paragraph 5, lastly, I feel that IDEC officials have trampled on my constitutional rights by interviewing me without the knowledge of my legal representative. If we go forward to 3186, that's an affidavit by Sergeant Ngosi's attorney.
318?
3180.
Zero, sorry.
Yeah. Apologies, 3180. And we'll pick it up at paragraph 3, where the attorney states that on Monday, 2026-07-13 at 15:13, I received a phone call from telephone number stated, and the caller, that's a landline. The caller was my client, Fanny Ezekiel Ngosi. Then he states that Mr. Ngosi proceeded to inform him of the visit that he had had from investigators of IDEC. At paragraph 4, he says on the same afternoon, 13 July 26, he received he got a missed call from a cell phone number stated, and when I checked it on Truecaller app, it showed that it belonged to Sunil Belochan.
on Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2026 at 0829, the same number phoned him again, and he was busy, and the user sent a WhatsApp message reading, "Good morning, sir. I'm senior investigator Belochan from IDA. Can you please return my call?" Then if we go further on, he then attaches a couple of annexures. These are photos of this place in the prison, screenshots from his phone, including a phone with this number that was calling, having a profile picture of a gentleman with a lady and a child. I bring this particular complaint to your attention for the simple reason that we know that on the 13th of July, 2026, the Section 105 plea deal that IDEC had concluded with Mr. Matala was firstly rejected by the court prior to that, and the court counter-offered a sentence which Mr. Matala, on the morning of the 13th of July, on record, rejected that, leading to the collapse of the entire plea agreement. Now, it would appear in the afternoon of the same day, members of the IDEC staff investigators visited Mr. Fanningosi to get him, if I understand the complaint, to implicate General Masemula and Lieutenant General Kumalo by claiming that there is a relationship between the two and Mr. Matala. And in particular, you recall at paragraph 4, Mr. Fanningosi indicated that Mr. Belochan insisted that Mr. Belochan informed him that he, Mr. Belochan, wanted to know about any corrupt relationship between Vusimusiket Matala, National Commissioner General Masemola, and Lieutenant General Kumalo. Again, in the context of the narrative that you had originally discussed with ad hoc, perhaps I should start by inviting your comment to the conduct referred to in these papers, to the extent that it may be true. Currently, it stands as a complaint to the Commission. The Commission will have to deal with whether there is potential interference with witnesses of the Commission, but we can leave that for the moment. That's for the Commission to deal with. And understanding and appreciating what the claimed conduct is, I would like to invite your comment as to the propriety thereof or otherwise. Thank you.
If the allegations by, almost call him a general, sorry, Sergeant Nkosi, are in fact true, then they are serious. And if they are in fact true, they would have to be dealt with, because the timing can't be ignored. We had an issue in the morning of the 13th of July. For whatever reason, it falls through the Met. So one would have to understand what created this urgent, for lack of a better word, urgent situation that has to now be dealt with. And why did it have to be dealt with in the manner that it was? We have a practice. Any accused, if you want to see them, you must engage the legal representative before you make the appointment. We've done that with Mr. Matlala. So if you're doing that, and I use Matlala only because it's the same matter. So if you're going to do that with anyone else in relation to that matter, you follow the same rules. you find out who's his legal representative, you make the necessary arrangements, and those arrangements don't of necessity have to suit you. This is a legal representative, so find a common date and time, as we have had with many other matters, and indicate why you want to engage with the client, and let the legal representative say yes or no. If he says no, then you have to walk away and figure it out differently. But this, if it is true, is conduct really unbecoming and would have to be dealt with, because there's no logical, I can't even read into the words, Commissioner Baloy and Chair, I can't read into the words any logic for wanting to do this with the urgency and with the measure of pestering. Because what would have happened if, after the court proceeding, we called the legal representative, once we find out who it is, and arranged for the day later or 2 days later, and then could have gone through the process. And we might then, in terms of investigators, have achieved what they perhaps well-intended sought to achieve. But in the way that it is done, the intention is lost.
With something like this, is it fair to say you would expect to have a record of this day, from whether it's a pocketbook, whether it's an investigation diary of Mr. Belochan, which indicates he did go to the prison on this date. This is who he was with, this is who he met with, and this is the kind of discussion he had. Is that something
Correct.
that you say, in the way you do things, there must be something
There
like
must
that?
be record.
Okay.
Even if, when they go back, they, on the very same day, compile an information note setting out everything they did, who was there, and it gets filed into a file.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. And just to be clear, it's late in the day and perhaps I speak under correction. Sergeant Ngosi is not an accused in the matter that Mr. Matlala is charged by IDEC on which General Masemola has been added as an accused.
No.
For General, yes. So it's not a case of interviewing or consulting with an accused. It sounds more like IDEC soliciting evidence, if it's that, against General Kumalo and General Masemola. Now, General Masemola is already an accused in that trial. And the evidence solicited in respect of the very contract for which he now finds himself standing trial. And secondly, how does General Kumalo even become involved in that? Or how would he?
At no stage in any feedback to myself has his name ever come up in this investigation. There is another general whose name comes up in this investigation. It does not begin with a Kumalo or end with a Kumalo.
Also, in addition to that, the General Masemola, other than the PFMA contraventions, are you aware of his name having come up in respect of corruption, on a corruption charge that relates to Mr. Matala, and in particular the Medicare contract?
No, ma'am.
You're not aware
No.
of that? Okay.
And we did get quite a detailed briefing before the arrests and the decision taken for a subpoena, and at no stage was there a corruption matter that I can recall. And I will confirm as well this evening.
And until Mr. Belochan gives us an explanation, on the face of it, it looks like he went about searching to find some debt that could be used against General Masemola and General Kumalo when there's no foundation for it in any of his investigations. That's what it looks like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Advocate Johnson and Chair, it's 1729. I don't know what exactly to do with that fact.
By the time we
It would
read,
be-
it would be 1730.
Yes, it would be 30 before you're done with your next question. So let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.